Okay, we can call the meeting to order. We're going to start off with a moment of reflection.
Let us be mindful of the needs of all our citizens and advance only those causes that will ensure peace and harmony in our community now and always.
We'd like to begin by acknowledging the land on which we gather today is the land traditionally used by the Anishinaabe, Haudenosaunee, and Chinootan people. Presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest with the Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none. Okay, so I was asked to say a few words, and I will be brief. My thoughts with this year's budget, it's really a matter of council's work to find a balance. I know we know that there are people out there that are struggling right now. There are people that we have to be mindful of as far as the service level that we provide. I think the ideal scenario would be to maintain the service level that we have now, but at the same time, we have to be looking to the future. And I think you'll see a little different setup when we go through the budget. And by planning for the future, I'm talking about the maintaining the reserves at a significant enough. When you look around to some of the other municipalities, it seems to be when they get into trouble at budget time, it's usually has to deal with the reserves, that they haven't maintained the reserves. So I think that that's something that we're going to have to be dealing with. So I'm going to ask our CEO to actually say a few words as well.
Thanks, Mayor Nowak. Good morning, Council. Today we'll be presenting the draft 2026 budget. The draft budget provides for a significant increase in infrastructure funding reserves with no proposed service level reductions. Canada's median consumer price index for September was at 3.2% overall, but some of the major costs the municipality incurs do continue to increase at a higher rate. For reference, the non-residential building construction price index for this area currently ranges from 3.4 to 6.7%. A lot of work goes into preparing the draft budget before it is ready to present to council and residents. For staff, the budget process encompasses the whole year. The bulk of the work in preparing the draft budget is done from August to November to prepare for this presentation, but analysis and monitoring of operations, trends, and patterns takes place all year long. The initial draft budget is compiled in September, and then the management team work together to determine the priority areas as well as areas that can be considered for reduction or deferral. Staff have prepared a draft budget that we believe utilizes available resources with maximum efficiency, and we're presenting a budget today with a 4.99% increase impact to the taxpayer. The infrastructure levy has been removed as a result of the increase to capital reserves to meet the needs of the asset management plan. This increase of 4.99% does include a 0.5% greening levy, which has been reduced from 0.75 in the past, since some greening has been captured in the infrastructure contributions. We continue to look for funding opportunities and collaborative opportunities to offset direct costs and minimize the burden to taxpayers. The draft budget was delivered to you a week ago for your review, and I'm sure you have lots of questions. Staff have done our jobs by preparing this draft, outlining the costs required to deliver effective services to the residents. Municipal budgeting is about finding the balance between wants and needs while recognizing available resources and funding. Now it's your turn. This is your budget. Staff will answer your questions and provide as much information as you need to arrive at a final budget that you can support. Staff is very cognizant of the financial pressures being faced by the residents. Those same pressures are being faced by the township, though, when it comes to delivering services. We hope the draft budget makes it clear that staff have made every effort to keep the increase as low as possible without reducing service levels and preparing for the infrastructure needs ahead of us. Schedule for today, we do plan to have two 15-minute breaks, one at approximately 10:15 and one at approximately 2:45, and there'll be about a 45-minute lunch break at noon. That concludes my opening remarks, but we do have a couple of short videos, which is the next item on your agenda. That will help to explain the budget process and how reassessment impacts property taxes. Back to you, Mayor.
And you're showing those now?
Property taxes are based on your home's value. What you might not know is that an increase in your home's value doesn't necessarily mean your taxes will go up. To explain, let's take a look at how your property taxes are calculated. Imagine there's a town that only has 3 homes, and they're each worth a different amount. The total cost to provide all of the town's services is $1,200. This is collected through property taxes. Each homeowner pays property taxes based on their home's assessed value. So we take the total cost of services and divide it by the total property value. This tax rate is applied to all the houses to get enough money to pay for the town's services. Each homeowner pays according to the assessed value of their home. And every 4 years, the houses are reassessed. Let's say all 3 properties have gone up equally in value. The total cost of services hasn't changed, but the total property value has increased. When this happens, there will be a decrease in the tax rate. Now, when we apply that new rate on all the homes, everyone still pays the same. Now, let's say another 4 years has gone by and these homes are reassessed. During this time, the house on the right gains more market value than the other 2. The total value of all the homes have increased, which means the town has to calculate a new tax rate. With this new tax rate, the first 2 homes will actually pay less than the home on the right that was reassessed at a higher value. Since the cost of services hasn't changed, the town doesn't need to collect more property taxes on the whole. However, since property taxes are based on a home's value, taxes for each individual home could potentially go up or down based on the rest of the homes. So, what happens when the cost to provide services goes up? Well, it means more property taxes need to be collected from every home and a new tax rate is calculated. To get the new rate, we take that amount that the town now needs and divide it by all of the property values. The new rate is applied to all the homes, and now everyone has to pay the new tax amount to continue to fund the town's services. So, let's review. 1. Property taxes are based on the assessed value of a home. If all assessments go up equally, everyone pays the same. 2. If all assessments do not go up equally, there's a redistribution of the tax. 3. If the town's cost to provide services increases, the municipality may choose to increase the tax rate. When this happens, everyone pays their share of that increase. And that explains the relationship between property value and property taxes. Okay, I would like to help you understand how your municipality develops its budget. We always hear about them, and often this can feel like another language altogether. Before we get started, there's important information you should know. Ontario municipalities, like the municipality of MFOA, receive approximately 9% of all taxes collected, but are responsible for over 50% of the infrastructure. Let's start by looking at what the word budget means. Simply put, it's a planned, itemized summary of money that is coming into the municipality and how that money is spent for a specific period of time. It's very important to note that provincial government legislation in Ontario states money coming in equals money going out, also known as revenue equals expenditures or a balanced budget. The municipality of MFOA provides more than 60 services to the citizens of the municipality. So municipal council and administration always have to make difficult decisions to ensure this balancing takes place. There are 2 main components of the budget when looking at the money going out side of the scale. Operating pays for all the day-to-day activities of the corporation. This includes items such as salaries and wages, utilities, supplies, fuel, and insurance, just to name a few. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the municipality's control. So let's focus on how the municipality collects to pay for all these services. For every dollar that comes into the municipality, 64 cents comes from property taxes, 21 cents from grants and subsidies, and 15 cents from user fees and other sources. So now we've learned what a budget is, how municipalities collect money, and how they spend it. Now let's take a look at how these pieces work together. Money comes in through property taxes, grants and subsidies, and user fees. The money collected is required for both the operating and capital budget. We've already talked about the operating budget, including day-to-day expenses, but it also includes money for funding capital budgets. The capital budget pays for all the new big investments or the rehabilitation of current assets under the municipality's control. This connection is made through three methods. The capital levy method reflects a pay-as-you-go approach. The reserve fund method, which reflects a planned save now, acquire, or use later approach, and the debt payment approach. Okay, so let's recap. 1. A budget is a plan for money coming in and money going out. There are two building blocks to the municipality's budget: operating and capital. 2. The operating budget is like you're paying your house bills to keep the lights on. Just like in a normal household, our bills go up with inflation. 3. The capital budget is like your major outlays: vehicles, house, renovations, etc. 4. Money comes in from three sources: property tax levy, user fees, and grants and subsidies. 5. Money coming in is used to deliver over 60 services to municipality residents. 6. Municipal council and administration, with the input of the public, decide how to best balance the municipal budget, guided by provincial legislation. And that is how your municipality develops its budget.
Okay, thank you for that. Any
This presentation is brought to you by the MFOA.
on those? No?
Hello, my name is Craig Binning.
This
I'm a
is our
partner at
fourth one, so I
Hudson
guess we've been
Consulting,
through
and
this
I'm
a
pleased to be
Anyway,
presenting to
We do have
the new community benefits charge
delegations.
available under the Canada Act.
I'll need a motion that
I'm
the
just gonna
council of the
take about
township.
10
I'm
minutes to
sorry.
introduce you to the notion of community benefits charges and what they can fund and
Okay, I need a motion that the council of Township of Wellesley accept Mary Lichty-Neeb and Joanne Stewart as delegations to talk about the Wellesley Fall Fair. Moved by Councillor Ergus, second by Councillor Brick, all in favor, and that's carried. You're welcome up to the podium.
Mayor, councillors, staff, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Joanne Stewart, and with me is Mary Lichty-Neeb. We are here on behalf of the Wellesley Northeast Hope Agricultural Society to request annual funding support for the 2026 Wellesley Township Fall Fair and future years as well. As you know, earlier this month, we requested support for the 2025 fair, and we're grateful to receive the $1,500. Again, thank you very much on behalf of the board. Today, our focus is how we can reestablish stable, ongoing township support as part of our yearly municipal budget. The Wellesley Northeast Hope Agricultural Society has been part of this community for 172 years. Throughout that time, we have adapted to meet the changing needs of our residents. While some traditions, elements have evolved, such as schools no longer receiving a fair day, our commitment to our youth engagement and agricultural education remains at the heart of our work. For the past 10 years, we've delivered a dairy education program welcoming local grade 3 students to learn where their food comes from and how agriculture shapes their everyday lives. This year, we hosted over 2,200 students from across the township. Earlier this month, we shared our personal connections to the Agricultural Society and the Fall Fair and invited you to consider your own connections. I'm going to ask Lori, because you weren't here at the meeting. Do you want to share a little something that you have experienced with the fair?
I can tell you when my daughter Leah was involved in that, in the ambassador program, and she really enjoyed her time and learned a lot. So yeah, I highly recommend supporting you.
Yeah, and under the fair arm, if I may add, Citizen of the Year, you're very active with that also, and we greatly appreciate that. So thank you. This morning, we would like to highlight some of our board members and their connections. So Karen Palicki, daughter of Murray and Beth Schluter, and a longtime member of the board, represents 3 generations of involvement. She founded our dairy education program over a decade ago. We have several families in the community with 3rd and 4th generation involvements, demonstrating the longstanding impact of the fair. Another board member whose family attends the Rockwood Fair annually was inspired by their agricultural tent and brought that idea to life at our own fair this year, resulting in the AgriVenture tent. Christine Hayter, whose extensive community connections help ensure a strong volunteer base each year by involving both long-term residents and newcomers alike, which has been really beneficial to the fall fair. Ninder Hayter, a new resident embracing the challenge of launching the zucchini races with his daughter Money, who was our 2024 junior ambassador. Their efforts made the event a major success this past year, and they are already looking at opportunities to expand it in the new year. Over the past 2 years, we have welcomed many new board members, both younger and more experienced, bringing fresh perspectives to our fair and community events. These new voices have enabled significant changes, including relocating the fair in 2024, as we all know, and this year shifting from a midweek fair to a weekend fair held 1 month earlier, a major transition after 171 years. We are proud to continue serving the community today. Mary?
As many of you know, one of the most popular additions to our fair has been the AgriVenture tent, offering hands-on, family-friendly agricultural education. It has quickly become a favorite among the children, youth, and parents. For many years, the township generously contributed $1,500 annually to support our fair. In the recent years, the funding has not been included, and without it has become increasingly challenging for our volunteer-run organization to maintain the level of programming of residents have come to expect and enjoy. We deeply value our relationship with the township and recognize that many priorities you must balance. We welcome the opportunities for collaboration, alignment with the township goals, or participation in broader community initiatives. Looking ahead, planning for the 2026 Wellesley Township Fall Fair themed Farm to Feast is well underway. Planned activities include an expanded AgriVenture tent, a farm safety education program for all township public schools in May of 2026, led by our current Wellesley Township Fall Fair Ambassador, Claire Cook. Increased involvement from the local 4-H clubs and the dressage demonstrations for the many horse enthusiasts in our community. These initiatives promote community education, youth engagement, and local pride. However, they also require a financial support.
So last year's fair cost over $40,000 to operate. Thanks to the remarkable community generosity, including fundraising, sponsorships, donations, and exhibitor support, we raised approximately $29,000, and we are truly grateful for this. Even with such strong community backing, a significant funding gap remains. As we continue to expand educational programming and maintaining a safe, family-friendly event, a gap will continue to grow. While increasing admission fees is an option we may have to consider, our goal is to keep the event affordable and accessible to families in our community. For these reasons, we respectfully request the council reinstate the township's annual contribution to the fair and consider increasing it to help support the 2026 fair and years to come. Your support will help to ensure that the fair remains affordable and accessible to our community. Our agricultural heritage is preserved and celebrated, and children and families can continue to enjoy an event that is both educational and fun. Thank you for your time, your commitment to this community, and for your ongoing support of local events. We would be pleased to answer any questions or discuss ways we can further strengthen our partnership. And thank you for your time.
Okay. Well, thank you for presenting. Just hold on a minute. Is there any questions? I do have one that I was hoping you could address.
Yes,
You do get some funding from the provincial government.
yes, we do.
Yeah, but that money, that amount is about 3,000 a year.
Yes,
if
it
I
is,
understand.
correct.
And that's been fixed at that amount for how many years?
Couple of decades, would you say, Mary? She's the treasurer, so she has a better idea.
So I actually went back to Bill Johnson, who was one of our previous secretary treasurers, and it has remained at that level for as long as when he's been in it. And I've been treasurer for about 20 years now. So it's remained at that. So actually at our District 7 meeting for the Ontario Association of Agricultural Societies, which was held in Paris on November the 1st. I actually brought that up, and I've been reaching out to other fairs because in our district we have 19 fairs. We are Wellington, Waterloo, Six Nations, and Oxford, which is our fairs. And we are getting together some wording so that we can take it to the Minister of Agriculture to see if we can have that raised. Now that $3,000 is made up of a number of different categories. The cost of your local talent, your cost of your judges, your cost of your judges, how much you paid out in prize money, and that's even divided into different sections versus homecraft versus horses and that part of it. So depending on what you spent at your fair, you can work up to that 3,000. It's not a guaranteed 3,000, but it's what you've spent on your fair, but the cap is 3,000. So we're looking at fairs for like ours or Aberfoyles, which is a day and a half fair. We're looking at Paris's, which is a 4-day fair, 5-day fair. So that is what is capped at. But I did bring up that subject at our district meeting in beginning of November and through that committee, and I sit on that level. We're working on getting a presentation to go to the minister.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. Are there any questions on that? Yes, Councilor.
Question for staff. You wanna
Yes,
bring that
okay.
up later?
Well, we won't deal with this request right now. It'll come up at budget time.
Okay.
You
That's
want to
fine.
wait till then or, okay. I just want you to know that we will be taking your message right to the minister at our Roma conference. I think, have we finalized the meeting?
We have not received confirmation of that delegation yet.
Well, we're working on getting that message directly to the minister.
We would also let council know that we're looking at every avenue we can to get any grants that are possibly available. So anyone hears of anything, we are open to any suggestions, and we appreciate your support. Greatly support.
Thank you very much. Oh, yes.
Just wondering, I didn't hear in your presentation, is there a specific amount that you're requesting from the township?
No.
No.
We will take anything.
Okay.
Please remember us.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you very
again.
much. I don't relish what you're going to be going through today. It's better you than me. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we also have a request from the Immigration Partnership. I think Amy's going to speak to that.
Thank you, Mayor Nowak. Just briefly, the Waterloo Region Immigration Partnership spoke before council at the October 28th meeting, requesting financial support in the amount of $5,000 annually. And then just to reiterate what we just discussed, staff recommend that the delegation request be discussed at the December 4th meeting after the budget has been heard in its entirety.
Okay, any questions on that? I'm just the one thing, would we be able to determine what the other I think the other municipalities have been asked for the same amount or similar. Would we be able to determine what their position is on that by then?
Before the December 4th meeting, yes, we can determine what financial support has been provided by the area municipalities.
I think that would be helpful. Okay, we're going to the budget summary by Director of Corporate Services, Jeff Dick.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. It's my pleasure to present the draft 2026 budget overview this morning. Following my remarks and slides, the department heads will be presenting their individual capital and operating expenses. So I ask if you want to ask questions during my presentation, feel free, absolutely. But you might want to withhold questions or sit on your questions until you have the directors in front of you as well. They may be better able to answer very specific questions, but by all means, ask away. I prefer a interactive review. So
Okay, sounds good.
one thing I want to share, and it was just discovered about 30 seconds ago, when I printed off the PowerPoints that you have in front of you, the hard copies, I somehow managed to only print every other page. So I apologize for that. The version that's shared on the screen is the complete view. So I can make sure you get a updated copy. But right now, just be aware that every second page is missing from the deck that I printed out for you this morning.
It's good cost cutting.
Yeah. Okay, so let's jump right in. So the first set of graphs here that we're presenting, so we share this graph every year. It shows how much of every dollar collected by the township is distributed. So as you can see, the township retains 31 cents of every dollar that we collect, which is also 31%. So if you look at the typical residents in our township, valued at about $415,000, this means that the township receives roughly $1,584 from our taxpayers. So I think this is a good slide. It's just a good overview just to see the size of the portion of the tax payment that's retained to pay for our services within the township. The rest is sent to the region or to schools.
I'll just add in there, and you're going to hear this probably a few times. So Jeff just talked about that average value of a house at $415,000. That is not your real estate value. Just aware of that. That's your assessed value, which is a 2016 real estate value, more or less.
Yeah, that makes things confused. A lot of times we get a lot of questions on that. It's very confusing to residents. So there we go.
Are we able to change that wording to assessed factor?
Sure.
Instead of value, just to make it, or is that an impact thing?
They use the assessment,
Right.
but
I just wondered if we could somehow change the wording that it doesn't, people don't think that that's their value, because they all come back and say there's no house worth that in the township. But
yeah, we can absolutely change that within our own internal documents. Yeah, for sure. So before we get into the actual detailed numbers, I just want to highlight some of the 2026 budget challenges that the township is facing. So the first item on the list there is the long-term planning for capital assets. Council will remember that we worked with Watson this year, and actually I think began in the prior year as well, on a comprehensive asset management plan. So our contributions to reserves in 2026 are significantly higher than prior years. So this is driving a significant increase in our operating expenses. So you'll see this as I present the budget in more detail. So the numbers proposed in the draft budget are in alignment with the asset management plan approved by council earlier in 2025. Second challenge we have is wages and benefits. So wages and benefits for the township represent more than 40% of our operating expenses. I think it's closer to 43%. So there's a few things happening within wages and benefits. So the annualization of the cost of new employees. So if you remember last year's budget, we added, I think, 3 new employees in 2025. So now we're annualizing those costs. So we're going to have to, fund a full year's wages versus a portion of the year that we funded in the prior budget. So the annualization of the cost of new employees, step increases and cost of living increases will also need to be funded. There's also a new contract for our union employees in 2025. So this rolls right into 2026. So we have increased costs related to that new contract. So continuing on, so we have expanded programs in recreation. So when we look at recreation, Danny will be presenting that, but you'll see that expenses have increased in recreation, but there's also offsetting revenue. So just want to highlight that, yes, recreation is looking will look higher in terms of its growth and expenses, but there is offsetting revenues there. Additionally, the recreation center repairs and maintenance are costs. So the costs previously that would have been incurred by under warranty or by our contractors. So with the new rec center, up until now, if there was problems or repairs and maintenance, a lot of that was covered by the contractor. So going forward, that's an expense that we're going to have to pay as the township. So those warranties have by and large disappeared. So now if something goes wrong, it's on the township's dime. Cost of road. So this is a public works issue. So the cost of road work and maintenance expenses continue to outpace inflation. So we're seeing this expenses continue to rise. Additionally, on the public works side, weather's unpredictable. So it's something we have to deal with when we're planning the budget and preparing the budget. So unpredictable weather patterns and climate change. So we're today's a great example that we're going to have to spend additional township resources on clearing all the roads. So it's something that's unpredictable. We can't, it's hard to determine what the right budget amount is, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Other things we're dealing with, so decrease in grants. So there's 2 grants, particularly in 2026 that are impacted. So the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, OCIF. So we're seeing a 10% year-over-year reduction in the funding, and that amounted to about $75,000 in 2026. And then we had the loss of the Trillium grant. So if you remember the budget last year, Danny had applied and was successful in getting about $70,000, $71,000 to help him with programming in 2025. So we don't have that money factored into the 2026 budget. The last item here is lower anticipated growth in the township. So in prior years, growth is great because it helps share the burden of the tax increases amongst a broader base. We didn't have as much growth as we hoped for in 2026 or in 2025 and looking into 2026. So the expanded tax base, spreads costs over a large number of taxpayers. This year, we're not having that same growth we've seen in the past. So as I go through the budget, these themes you'll probably see me repeat some of these themes that I just mentioned. So everybody should be familiar with this slide. So this calculates what our levy increase is for 2026 based on the budget numbers, the details behind this. So we're currently sitting at a 4.99% increase. That's the proposed budget increase. The levy increase is $402,000, excluding growth. This translates into a 4.99% increase, which is roughly $66 per household. Again, this year we didn't see the growth we were hoping to see, so that has an impact on the taxpayer. Next slide. I just want to share this slide with you really quickly. Essentially, what I'm trying to demonstrate here. So before I present the numbers and we get into the individual presentations, I just wanted to share this slide. As we go through the details, you can see, if you're going to propose an adjustment or you think there's an adjustment, you can refer back to this slide to see what the impact would be on the overall tax rate. So if you, for example, if you see something that, say an error or something you want to reduce, and it's a reduction of say $5,000, you can see what change that would have on the tax increase. So the 4.99 would be adjusted down to 4.93 on a $5,000 adjustment. So I would say keep that handy. If there's something you want, if you're considering proposing to reduce, you can quantify it yourself to see what impact that would have on the tax rate. This next slide is my favorite. I'm biased, but this slide is basically a walk, and it takes you from what our levy was in 2025 to our levy that we're proposing in 2026. It doesn't include everything, but it includes all the big items. Looks like it's hard to see. I'm sorry. Is it included in the?
No, that's the one that's missed.
Oh,
I do have new packages on the way over.
oh,
Sam's
thank you.
printing them and bringing them over.
Oh, wonderful. It's part of the cost. Can you zoom in just a little bit on and see how it looks? Maybe on the green items, and then we can then focus on the red items. So again, this takes us from our 2025 levy and walks us through to our 2026 levy. So all significant changes in drivers are called out. So the green items are favorable to the levy and taxes, and the red items are unfavorable. So if we have additional revenues, or we've managed to get additional funding or cut costs, you're going to see these on the green side. If we're losing revenue or there's additional costs that we didn't have in the prior year, you're going to see this on the red side. So at the bottom, you can see which department is driving the expense, and then I've included a little blurb at the top to really kind of describe it in more detail. So the first item we have is, we'll go through the green one. So the favorable items is recreation revenue. So recreation revenue is expected to grow 140,000 in 2026. So that is great. Additional programming also comes with additional expenses. We'll see that later, but we're expecting 140,000 in new revenue. This is offset by, and I mentioned this earlier, the loss of the Trillium grant, which was around $70,000. So we net out at about a 76,000 increase or favorable adjustment to the prior year. On the public works side, we have favorability as well. So higher anticipated gravel royalties for 2026 driving this increase. So on the revenue side, the gravel royalties are really hard to estimate or predict. So in 2025, we based our number in 2025 on 2024's actuals, and we're kind of doing the same thing. So we called it down because 2024 was low, so we called it down in 2025, but then 2025 came back up again. So now we're calling it back up for 2026. So again, we can't control it. It's hard to predict. We won't know until we receive the amount, but we think we've put in the right number based on what we're seeing in 2025, which is, around $70,000 more that we're anticipating.
Just to add to that, gravel royalties are directly related to how much gravel is taken from the pits in the township during the year.
The next item here is the OMPF, so the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. So we received an additional $75,000 over last year. So this is money that we didn't have in last year's budget, but we were able to increase it in 2026. The next item is a transfer from the DC reserve. So this gets into the asset management plan and the work we did with Watson. And it's based on a recommendation from them that came out of their consultation, where we can use our DC revenues or DC money to pay for or help pay off our debt. So we have debt on the recreation center, and we're allowed to use DCs to pay down that debt. So in the past, we didn't do that. This year, we're going to draw down our reserves to help pay for that debt. So it's a new for this year, and it's 140,000 or 141,000. And then I just have kind of a catch-all here. So this is other revenues. So we have about $70,000 in other revenues. There's different explanations. There's no one big item in here. I guess the one thing I'm calling out here is we're pulling money from the reserve to help pay for our elections in 2026. And I think that was around $30,000 or $38,000. Yeah. So of the 70, that would probably be the biggest item in there. And then there's just a number of smaller items that are contributing additional revenues. Too many to call out, but I just wanted to be comprehensive and include everything in here. The last favorable item we have here is the elimination of the infrastructure and greening reduction. Sorry, elimination of the infrastructure levy and the reduction of the greening levy. So the impact of that on our taxpayers is $96,000, or on our levy is $96,000. Now we're just proposing this. Obviously, we'll present the numbers to you, and council will make the decision. But right now, we don't think, because we're fully funding the asset management plan, we don't think we also need to contribute or draw another amount for the infrastructure levy. It would be double counting and a double hit to the taxpayer. So we've recognized this, and we want to, because we're fully funding the asset management plan, we don't think we need to draw more money from the taxpayers. And the green levy, Rick touched on this earlier. We haven't eliminated it because there's going to be items in there, call them more operating items, not capital items, that we'll still need money for greening initiatives. So we've decreased it from 0.75 to 0.5. So we've left some there. Thanks, Caitlin. So these red items are probably going to tie back to all the challenges that I mentioned in my earlier remarks. Wages and benefits. So 253,000, 254,000 increase in wages and benefits in 2026. This is driven by the cost of living increase that we factored into the plan, plus step increases for those individuals that are not at the highest step in the grid. And the annualization of the cost of new employees. So we had 3 employees that started in 2025, partial years. We budgeted last year, full years in 2026. So that's cost is going to be significant. And the last item, I haven't noted it here, but the last item is the new union contract. So additional costs related to the contract that was finalized in 2025 that's going to roll into 2026. On the public works side, there's about $45,000 that I've highlighted here, and this is increased spending related to repair parts and annual road maintenance. On the rec side, so we have increased, and I just discussed rec previously, so we have increased programming revenue. This is our increase in programming costs, plus some other items in here. So increased programming costs, again, driving increased revenue and higher costs associated with facility maintenance, utilities, et cetera. These are some of the costs that I mentioned with us taking on the new rec center and the warranties no longer in place to pay for some of those items. So items that we're going to have to pay for as a township. There's a small increase here for, if you look, when we go into the details under council, this is planned spending related to the 2026 election. Now, I've included it here, but there's also revenue that offsets it entirely. So we're going to pull money from the reserves. So there's an increase in revenue, but there's also an offsetting increase here in expenses. So it's essentially a wash, but I just included it here because of the size. And then the last item here, this is the big item, and this is our by and far our largest challenge for 2026. And this came directly from the asset management plan. So the numbers we're going to put in front of you that we're proposing for the budget for 2026 includes fully funding that asset management plan as per direction from Watson. And this includes, so it's a big number, $628,000, $629,000 increased contributions to our reserves in 2026. So it's a massive number for the township. But as you can see, we're able to do that and still hold the actual increase to a reasonable number. So yeah, that's a big number, but the increase that we're presenting is actually only 4.99%. So yeah, big number, but I think we've been able to work with our numbers and work with the leaders here at the table and, come up with a reasonable plan for each of the individual departments to keep that number, under 5. So I think it was a big accomplishment. Any questions? I know this is a lot of information in this slide, and I know I apologize you don't have it in front of you, but I'm happy to take any questions. We'll touch on each one of these items as we go through the budget as well, so there'll be opportunities to dig into them. Yes.
How can you pay off the debt on the arena if it's a fixed term, or how is that money put towards the debt payment?
The deferred, the DC portion?
Yes.
So the DC portion, so we're going to pay it off, but we're able to pay that portion through our development charges. Right. So it's not a direct impact to the taxpayer.
And that's just a portion of the annual payment.
Okay.
Right, our annual payments are 700,000, 750,000 on the debenture.
Yeah.
So we can take 100 and some thousand of that from the DCs.
Okay. And do you know what percentage your infrastructure reserve extra contributions, what percentage that is overall on the budget?
The additional, so we went up about 600,000, 700,000, or 600,000 in total contributions to reserves. Most of that increase is directly into public works.
That's about 7% of our overall tax levy.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're going to change gears slightly and look at our capital budget. So up until now, it's kind of been an overview of budget overall impact to the tax increase. Now we're going to get into capital, and then after capital, we'll look at operating. So total capital spend is 3.9 million. So if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you can see the total there. As expected, our three, I'm going to call them capital-intensive departments, are responsible for this spend, or the majority of the spend. In fire, the fire truck, there's a frontline pumper. Council should remember that it was approved in 2025. We're representing it here in 2026, as that's when the majority of the spend is going to take place. So it was approved by council in 2025. Recreation is coming in at 227,000. And Danny will be presenting the details later. So I don't have a lot of details in this presentation. It's more of a summary. And then on the public works side, public works is coming in at 2.5 million. This is pretty consistent with prior years. And Chris will be presenting the detail later today. For IT and building, we don't have detailed presentations. So I'm just going to touch on them a little bit more. There's not much to it. So on the IT side, we've budgeted counselor workstations for 2026. So every 4 years, we're going to be replenishing workstations for council. So that's a 2026 expense. We don't see it very often, but every 4 years we will. And that's roughly $7,500 for 4 laptops and any accessories. On the building side, we've put in a small amount, $1,300 for an iPad for the building department to carry with them when they're out in the field. So there's not much else to say there. It's a small amount, reasonable amount. So this is a quick graph to demonstrate, put into context the distribution of the capital spend by department. So there's no surprises here. These are the same numbers that I presented in the chart previously. Public Works is by far the largest consumer of our capital budget. So Township continues to invest in roads, bridges, and other infrastructure to the benefit of residents. And then fire isn't consistently high. It depends on the year. Sometimes we have like considerable spend in fire, and this is one of those years. And if you remember from last year, we didn't have quite a high spend, but this year we've built in the frontline pumper into the budget. So they're represented, they're account for 30% of the total capital budget, and recreation is coming in around 6% of our total capital spend. So again, no surprises here other than I think rec is a little bit lower than it has been in the past. Any questions on capital before we get into operating? Again, the team here, the department heads will be presenting their capital budgets in more detail, at least Danny and Chris. So this is a quick summary of our operating expenses. So you can see if you look in the bottom right-hand corner, operating expenses are going up 8.4%. The increase exceeds current inflation levels. And there's a number of contributors to this, and I'll walk you through quickly. And again, these are going to be the same items I've mentioned as our budget challenges, or a lot of the same items. It's going to be a theme throughout the presentation. So the first item is the long-term planning for capital assets. The contributions to reserve are significantly higher than prior years, driving a significant increase in our operating expenses. The numbers proposed in this draft budget are in alignment with the asset management plan that was approved by council earlier in 2025. So if you look at the public works row right in the middle, you can see that the year-over-year change 17.2%. So most of that is going to be because of the contributions to the reserves. Second item I want to call out is the wages and benefits. You can't see it here. It affects most of the departments. And what's causing it again is the annualization of new employees hired in 2025, the step increases, cost of living increases, and the union agreement. So it's going to be driving that that expense. It's hard to see in this graph because every single department is going to have a wages and benefit increase. The third and fourth items are recreation related. So the expanded programs in recreation are driving up some of Danny's expenses, and the recreation costs for repairs and maintenance that now have to be borne by the township are also contributing to the increase in recreation. And the last item would be a public works item. So the cost of road work and maintenance expenses continue to outpace inflation. Again, unpredictable weather patterns, climate change are making this number really hard to pinpoint and nail down, but we think we've done a good job in kind of forecasting what we think the right number is for public works. So this is a similar graph to what I presented for capital. It basically takes all of our operating expenses and distributes it by each department. It's very similar to the capital budget in terms of the where the bulk of the spend occurs. So if you look at the graph, so public works represents about 34% of our total spend. Recreation is 26%. And fire at 12%, and the rest is kind of shared almost equally amongst the other departments. The reason for this, again, these departments, so rec, public works, and fire, these departments are resource driven. So much of the spend is for our people, those delivering services to the residents. So that's where, again, people costs are about 43% of our total spend at the township. And those three departments have a lot of people. So this next slide really just breaks out the wages and benefits. So instead of bearing it within the across all the groups, just want to call it out so you can see exactly where the numbers are coming from, why they're higher. So at the top right hand corner, you can see overall it's a 4.6% increase in wages and benefits. Again, there's four factors that are contributing to this. It's the cost of living increase. It's the increases in the grids for those step increases in grids for those employees that aren't at the top. It's the union agreement, and something else. Yeah, the annualization of the new employees. So those four items are driving that 4.6%. But calling it out separately because it is a big item. So if we were to go back and look at that walk, if you remember, the red box for wages was higher, but it's all explainable. In my opinion, it's reasonable. But we wanted to show you how it was calculated. And one thing I really want to call out is we don't have any new employee requests for 2026. Last year, we did have some requests. Those employees are great. I think really good additions to the team, but we're not bringing in or recommending any new hires for 2026.
Just a quick question. On the annuals, like the 2024 annuals, that would include overtime expenses there as well?
It would, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's comprehensive. I pulled in all the wage line items and all the benefit items just to get a simple view of what it costs us, what our people costs are essentially. Oh yeah, so item 2 under my assumptions. So the cost of living increase for 2026. So we've built in 3.2%. And this is per the Bank of Canada median CPI. So just want to bring that to council's attention and show that it came from, it's not something we thought was fair or reasonable or came up with ourselves. It's based on the Bank of Canada, what they say the median CPI is. And the last thing I want to say is, so the step increases, we did factor in the step increases for the employees not at the top of the salary grid. And I just wanted to highlight, like, the grid is great and it allows for a gradual wage growth. So somebody starts, might not start at the top of the grid, but it spreads the tax burden of the wage increase over multiple years. So we're not burdening the taxpayer in the first year of, if we hire somebody, or when we introduced the wage grid, we didn't put everybody at the top. It's a gradual increase over a number of years to get employees to the top. Any questions on wages and benefits? I know it's a big number and it's usually a topic of conversation. I'm sure it will be later, but we can defer that conversation. You can go to the next slide. This one's going to be hard to see. And I don't know if it's in this one is. Okay. So this is straight out of our asset management plan from Watson. And I don't want to spend too much time on it. I kind of circled the key numbers and I pulled them into a summary that's going to follow this one. But I just wanted you to see that, where my numbers came from and why they're important. So essentially what Watson did for us is they prepared a budget for us in advance. And they did a budget for us from 2026 for 10 years. They made some really simple assumptions on the operating expense and on the revenue side, in terms of growth. But what's important is kind of the middle row. And the middle row is the total capital related expenditures. So in 2026, you'll see the 3.3 million. This is what they're suggesting that our contributions to reserve should be. And then if you look on the outer years, it continues to grow and it builds over 10 years. And then it's going to, hopefully we're going to get to a place where it's sustainable. But they've built in a 10-year plan for us to kind of close the gap, the gap between what we're currently funding and what we truly should be funding in our asset management to plan for the future.
So just a question on that. So they're suggesting 3.3 this year. So what's the actual that you suggested or that you're?
So we've followed this to a T. Now there's
okay.
Yeah, and I'll show you on the next slide. So you'll see that actually we've put away a little bit more than 3.3. And it's because it's one of the assumptions that you can't see in this document is that some of the money we receive from grants goes directly into funding assets as well. That money doesn't show up in our in this income statement at all. So you'll see it's a small number. It's I think around 72,000. We've put in more than what this is suggesting, but it's because we didn't get quite as the same amount from. There's a reduction in our OCIF this year. So the assumption that Watson made in their calculation is that all that money also goes to fund future assets, but it doesn't hit the P&L. So it doesn't hit the expense line. So we had to make up for that other ways because we got a reduction. We had to then increase our contributions to our reserves to make sure we're basically even to what they're proposing in terms of what we needed to fund. Why don't we jump to the next slide and maybe it'll be a little more obvious what I'm trying to say. So this is basically a summarized version of what I was showing in the last slide. So we have our operating expenses, and then we have our capital related operating expenses. And if you look in that first column, the 2026, that's AMP is the asset management plan budget that Watson prepared for us. So you'll see the 3.3 million there. And then directly to the right of it, that's what we have in our budget for this year in the proposed budget. So we're at 3.4. So our reserve contribution is 75,000 higher than what Watson was showing, but it's because of our reduction in our OCIF that we didn't get. So Watson made an assumption that our OCIF would be consistent with prior years. It's not. We got less money, so we had to put in more into our reserves. Does that make sense? Yeah. So if you look at the top line too, so here are a couple of things that, so if I'm going to go back a little bit. So the first column is the asset management plan budget. And you can see they were predicting a 3.6% increase. So when the budget was presented to you, or when the asset management plan was presented to you, you wouldn't have seen the 3.6. You would have saw something that looked like 3.52 was the actual number that they presented. Now, what they didn't include were the levies. So I've added those levies on, and that number then comes up to 3.6. So that's the number that, I guess the equivalent, I just wanted to be apples to apples. So we can see, what we're proposing is the 4.9. What Watson was proposing was 3.52. It didn't include the infrastructure levy. It didn't include the greening levy. If we add those on, their number goes to 3.6. We're proposing 4.9. And the difference is, there's a couple of things driving that difference. One of them we've already discussed is we're going to have to contribute more to the reserves because we lost a little bit of funding. But if you look at the very top item, the operating expenses, so Watson made some very, I'm going to call them simple assumptions when they were preparing, and they had to, right? They had to make an assumption in terms of what they thought inflation would be. They chose 2.2%. As we know, like even showing what the Bank of Canada numbers are, it's not at 2.2%. It's closer to 3.2% than 2.2%. Plus, we had other challenges for the year, which I've highlighted, right? So we had to overcome the annualization of new employees, which Watson didn't include. So there's a lot of reasons why Watson's number was a little bit low, to the tune of $263,000. So that's one of the challenges, I guess, challenges or reasons we're not at 3.6 that Watson said, hey, this was a reasonable number. We weren't able to hit 3.6 because of our increase in operating expenses. The other large thing that I want to kind of call out, when Watson developed their budget, they factored in township growth in the township of 2.25%. We experienced half of that, or we experienced 1.34%. So we didn't get the growth that was built into the Watson plan. We're almost 1% lower than that. So that contributes to, a good part of the difference. So if you look at that growth item there at the second last row, it's minus 0.91% of the 1.39. So we had higher operating costs than Watson predicted. We actually had higher revenues as well. So, I mean, we're up almost 200,000 in revenues. And then the growth is, the third item that why we're not where Watson predicted we were. I mean, Watson is really telling us what to put away for assets and that number is right. They were just off in terms of, I guess, forecasting our revenues and expenses slightly. They're close, but not perfect. And we've had to come up with a budget that still provides. We want to make sure that our budget provides the right services to the townspeople, right? So We did our best to bring our operating expenditures in line with this, and worked and worked and worked, but this is where we landed.
And on the growth line, just to add, 2.25 is more in line with our historic growth numbers, our averages over the last 5 years, but we all know what the economy is doing right now to house building, and construction is down, which results in the lower growth.
And Watson is, we're going to work with Watson in the future. So every year we're going to work with Watson and take a look at our asset management plan and make sure that it's updated. So if we get additional growth in future years, then the opposite could happen, right? We may not have to contribute as much to reserves. But this year in 2026, yeah, the growth was an issue for us. So
I'm going to suggest, Mayor, if it's okay with you, we take a break right now, and before Jeff gets into the next section of summaries, and we do have the new printed copies here, I believe now. So over the break, we get those handed out to you as well.
Okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, welcome back, Mayor and Council. We're now going to go into detail on the capital budgets, and our first presenter is going to be Danny, sharing information related to recreation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So kind of follow the same process we followed in past years where we'll go present in the 2026 capital budget presentation. I'll first start off with the highlighted projects from the 2025 budget and where we came in on costs for each project and what the few projects that we're looking to defer into 2026 and the rationale behind that. Bear with me while I try and. There we go. So the first project that I'd like to highlight from the 2025 capital budget was the increased soundproofing in the community center gym at the Bill Geese Recreation Complex. The budgeted amount for this project was $100,000. The actual cost to date was $40,000. That does seem a lot underneath what the budgeted amount was. And the reason for that is we did at the time last year when we came to budget, I had a couple prices and they were considerably higher than the third price we ended up getting after the budget process was over, and they came in this amount under. The funding source was facilities reserves. We've had very positive feedback, but we're also continuing to ways to look to improve on this even further, potentially this year yet in 2025, well within this budgeted amount. There's a few things we're looking at to improve even further. The next is our display cases for the user groups at the recreation complex. Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you. The display cases at the recreation complex. These cases were put in the budget last year for the following user groups: Wellesley Lions, the Fall Fair, the Historical Society, Wellesley Soccer, the Twin Center Hurricanes, the Twin Center Stars, the Wellesley Applejacks, the Wellesley Skating Club, and the ABC Festival. The budget amount was $40,000. The actual cost ended up being $42,385. The project was awarded to Obsidian Manufacturing based out of Fergus, Ontario. There has been a request to add 3 more cases, and these 3 cases have been ordered, and that is what is included in this overall cost. Next slide. The next project was hydro to the maintenance shed in Linwood. This created a workspace for staff, including lights, receptacles, and emergency lighting. The budgeted cost was $15,000. We met with local contractors, and the actual cost for this project ended up being $8,500, and the project was awarded to Herb Electric. Again, the funding source for this project was the facilities reserve account. One thing I would like to highlight in this one, one of the reasons we were able to keep this cost down is the forethought that was in this project when the underground conduit was put in when this building was built back many years ago. That made this project a little easier to be able to do because they just had to pull the wires rather than put in new conduits. Next slide. The next project is not completed yet. We've got the pricing in for it, so I'll be issuing a PO probably in the next couple of weeks. It's to add keyless entry to St. Clement's Community Center and Arena, upgrade the keyless entry in Linwood, upgrade the cameras in Linwood and St. Clement's, and to replace some exterior doors. The overall budget for this project is $90,000. That includes everything that I've mentioned in this project. Pricing has just recently been submitted, and a purchase order will be issued in 2025. The prices that we've got in the project will be coming in under budget. We're just waiting to get the final numbers from one other contractor at this point in time. And the funding source for this will also be the facilities reserve. The reason for the upgrading of the cameras and the keyless entry is to get everything on a similar software. So when we're handing out keys or if we're having to look at security footage, it's all under one platform rather than multiple platforms that we currently have now. It'll make it much easier for our users as well because they'll come in, they'll get one key. We'll be able to program it for different doors at different facilities. So much easier. The next one is a project that I would request that we move the funds over into 2026. It's for the playground upgrade at the Linwood Community Center. Staff have met with the Linwood Lions Club, and the Lions Club has expressed an interest to enhance this project. So the picture that you see on here is actually one of the projects that we have pricing on currently, and we are looking at, we've got a second price, and we're just looking at the third price. We will then start an engage platform to put this out to the community to see if what the desired outcome would be, and then working with the Lions Club to figure out the exact funding. Staff are not looking for increased funding for this project, but just to carry this number over into 2026. We will be looking at a spring 2026 install. That would be the desired outcome of this. Slide. In recreation equipment, we purchased a 2025 Ventrac utility tractor with attachments. The budget amount for this was $70,000. The actual cost came in at $65,074. The project was awarded to Connect Equipment just based outside New Dundee. This project was awarded through the canoe procurement process. This Ventrac was a very valuable piece of equipment to our fleet. It allowed staff to cut the hills in a safe manner, as this came with the dually wheels on this. It just made it, the wider wheelbase made it so much safer for our staff to cut the hills all over the township. The sweeper was used to sweep sports fields, parking lots, trails. So it was, this piece of equipment was used almost on a daily basis this last summer. So it's been a very valuable piece. Next is the 2025 Kubota side-by-side. Budget amount was $35,000. Total cost was $22,665, and it was awarded to DNS Downham. And this was also awarded through the canoe procurement process. And now we'll get into 2026 proposed capital projects. In recreation facilities, we're proposing to upgrade the underground wiring to the ball diamond lights in St. Clements. The project budget would be $35,000. The funding source would be facilities reserves and adding a water softener to the front end and community center of the St. Clements Arena. The project budget would be $25,000. Funding source would be facilities reserves. The ball diamond lights were installed in 2019, but the underground wiring was not replaced at the time as it was not required. Over the past 2 seasons, we've had some issues losing power to the lights. It has been determined that the underground wiring is failing. New wiring and then installing a transformer would resolve this issue. In 2019, the wiring was inspected and passed by the ESA. The lobby and the front end of the arena, including dressing rooms and the upper community center, is not on soft water right now. It's all hard water. So by adding a softener, it would reduce the scale we are getting on our appliances, water fountains, faucets, showers, and walls. We have had users that have brought concerns forward about the hardness of the water in that facility. Next is $10,000 for design work for a trail system around the St. Clements soccer fields. Again, the funding resource for this would be the Trails Reserve. This would be an increase in the service level in St. Clements by adding a trail system in. This has been talked about for a few years now, and so this year we're proposing to start the design work for that project, and then in 2000 and potentially in 2027, doing the actual project. The removal of the chimney at the St. Clements Library, proposed budget of $10,000 from the facilities reserves. In the 2024 building assessments completed at the St. Clements Library, removing the chimney was identified as a high priority. The chimney is no longer used as the furnace that's in there now is a direct vent out of the outside wall, not through the chimney. So the proposal would be to take the chimney down to the roof level and then shingle over. So we get local contractors to do that work for us. Replace the community center flooring in Linwood Community Center. Project cost $60,000 from the facilities reserves. The flooring in the main hall is beginning to show wear along the outer edges with some tiles breaking apart. By upgrading the floor now before it deteriorates further, would reduce the risk of lost rentals and liabilities due to the flooring issues. A few paving projects that we'd be looking at. The back parking lot of the Linwood Community Center, and potentially the parking lot of the maintenance shop. So with the health center being built in Linwood, oh, sorry. Can you go to the next one? Oh, I'm not sure why this slide isn't in the slide deck. So I'll highlight it and then I'll send this to council. So a paving project with the health center being built in Linwood, Public Works will be proposing to open up Lindon Lane and provide access from Mansor through Lindon to the community center and health center. With the back parking lot being gravel, it would be required to be paved to create the desired throughway. That portion of the funding would come from recreation reserves, not public work reserves, for the paving of that parking lot. The recreation maintenance shed would also be paved if funding is available. Chris will speak to this project, to the paving project during his public works proposal, but we're requesting $150,000 for paving projects. If the funding is available to do both projects, that's what we'll do, but the priority would be the Linwood, the health center. There could possibly be some funding coming back through donations of the Linwood Health Center, but that's an unknown at this time. Next is a new 3/4 ton pickup truck, proposed budget $60,000. This would be an addition to our fleet and be used on a daily basis in maintenance. The truck would be an addition. When we purchased the truck and the single cab truck in 2024, it was to replace the 2011 truck 58. And at the time, staff put in the budget to rent a truck because we couldn't go, at the time it was going to be an addition to the fleet, and we couldn't go down a vehicle in service. It would decrease our service level we needed to get our equipment around. At the time, we could not get a rental truck. We reached out to the rental company that we've dealt with in the past, and rental trucks became the big cities were renting more trucks. So for us going in and asking for one truck became problematic. So it was decided to keep the 2011 truck in our fleet, as it wasn't costing a lot of money to maintain the truck at the time. But now we're getting into that point where that truck's starting to cost us some more money. So we're looking at getting rid of that 2011 truck now and getting the new truck. So our fleet would not be increasing by number, but it would be a new truck that would be added. And then the last is a replacement of our landscape trailer. We have a landscape trailer that we move around equipment. It's the only trailer we have for recreation besides the dump dump trailer that we use for brush and such, but to move equipment around, we have a landscape trailer, and it's starting to show its age. It's rusting through a little bit. So we just thought now's the time to replace that trailer and we'll get another many years out of a new trailer. We're requesting $12,500 for that trailer. That's it for the recreation capital budget.
Questions? Yes.
The trail in St. Clements, you're looking at basically going from the Ball Diamond 3 along the soccer field to Park Street.
Correct. It would be around the soccer field. Yeah. So again, this would just be the design work this year. So that would all be determined at the time of the design.
Just wondering why it would cost $10,000 to design such a simple trail.
Yeah. Again, the hope is that we would not spend the $10,000. But to allocate the money so we would have those funds available when it comes to that design work. As always in our capital budgets, you can see in our slides this year, staff do work very hard at coming in under budgeted dollar amounts, and we would continue to do the same this year.
Just wondering what there is to designing it other than making a map or a picture. Like, it's pretty simple trail, is it not?
There will be a bit of surveying work has to be done for elevations to make sure that none of the slopes are greater than allowed through AODA, things like that. So there will be some cost to it, but as Danny mentioned, we don't think it'll be 10,000.
Right.
It should be significant.
Thank you.
Thanks, Danny, for that. I got a couple questions. Regarding the soundproofing done in the gym, I think that's been a positive from what I've heard as well. And good to see it under budget. The one comment I'm still getting is the noise in the dressing rooms. I think we brought this up last year of can we do anything there, and seeing that gap in the budget. I'm just wondering if maybe that could be addressed with that funding that's there. So just something to consider. One other question, the Gerber Road Trail, I think that comes in at Public Works, but I just want to make sure. So, okay, we'll leave that. And then the only other question was the ball diamond lights for the upper field at Wellesley Ball Diamond. Just wondering where that is maybe in our capital forecast. Continues to be worries about when that one pole by the old arena comes down and all of a sudden we have a season without lights. So I'm just wondering where we're at in planning for that.
So I'll kind of work backwards there. So for the ball diamond lights, it is in a 10-year capital. Council is aware that there is consultation going on right now for the old arena lands. So it is in the plan, in the 10-year plan for when it's right now. The hydro comes from the arena to those lights. So there would, if anything changes with the arena, we'd have to look at different wiring for those lights. So to do something right now might be a little bit premature, but it is in the 10-year capital plan. So as soon as we know what's happening with those lands down there, we would be able to fund that project. As far as the sound in the gym or in the dressing rooms, I'll be quite honest, as staff, we haven't heard a lot of feedback this year about that. I do recognize that last year at budget time, it was brought up by council, so through a question from a resident. So it is something, yes, we can look at. We do have money left in that fund. So when we look at doing some more expansion in the gym, we can talk to the company about potentially what could be done in the dressing rooms.
Yeah, I think even if like we can get a cost on it, I think that it's okay. But I think if people, there's still feedback that's coming back just saying that how loud it is in there. I think a few people can attest to that. So thank you.
Any other questions, Councilor Wagner?
Just a question about the chimney at the St. Clements Library. We are not the owners of that building. Is the church also pitching in the cost? Because it's an upgrade to a structure that they own.
I can take that one.
Okay.
So the arrangement we have with the Diocese of Hamilton is that we have a $1 lease on that building and we're responsible for the building itself. So any upgrades that are required to it is on us. but we never pay them rent for it either.
Counselor Seven.
Danny, you said the amount slated for the Linwood Playground is 60,000.
Correct.
Are the funds from the Linwood Rec Board in addition to that, as well as the Lloyd Brenner estate?
So the way the funding is right now in the budget is the Lloyd Brenner is a portion of it, and then recreation facilities reserves are the remaining. So any funding that would come from the Linwood Rec Service Board account or from the Lions would be in addition to this and would have to be approved by council.
Oh, sorry, and one other thing. The Linwood Rec floor. Are the safety issues? I've talked to people over the last week or so, and no one has really noticed that the flooring needed to be replaced. Is there something that we're missing? Is there like a safety risk there, or is it just pretty much aesthetics?
So currently, I would say there's not safety issue. The floor is starting to break away along some of the edges of the hall. So yes, currently I would say they're not safety issues, but if the floor did continue to deteriorate, we could run into safety issues. And that's why. And the floor, it's original to that building, and that we've done some other upgrades in that building, and the floor would be the natural next upgrade that would be done to that facility. So by doing something now, we would take care of any potential future safety liabilities.
Thank you.
Last year, you had painting done in the community center in St. Clements. Do you have a cost and if there's any money left in that budget?
I could,
Or that fund?
yeah, I could get back to you on that.
Sure, thank you.
That's sort of-
That's it. Good question. Thanks, Danny.
Thank you, council.
Good morning, council. Let's see if I can get this thing to work. I was going to set my presentation to music, but Tim didn't want me to upstage him, so I apologize for that. Sorry, if we can't have a little fun, what are we doing? So welcome, and before you is the 2026 capital budget for public works. The picture on the screen there is actually from our new aggregate yard at the end of Park Street in St. Clements during our backhoe training this summer. So, okay, let me see if I can get this to, oh, is that you or me? Okay, it's working. So 2025 capital budget recap for roads projects. We had the asphalt tender, which included things like the Queensbush Road final lift of asphalt and the Ament line, the final block of Ament line between Chalmers Forest and 116. We did a full depth pulverize, regrade and repave. I'll get into a little bit more detail on those two projects in the next slides. We also, under roads, we had our transportation mobility master plan kickoff, that aggregate yard, as I spoke about earlier, in St. Clements, and then an overhead beacon in at Maplewood and Hessenstrasse, just outside of Paradise Lake. So more specifically on some of these, for the Queensbush, or sorry, for the asphalt tender, the tender budget that was approved by council was $466,055 and change. It was awarded to Branco Construction. The proposed funding was $400,000 to be used from our OCIF fund, and then the remainder was to be drawn from the infrastructure reserve. To date, we have not received an invoice yet from the contractor. All the bottom point there, all of the projects combined are expected to be well within the approved project budget. So I don't know at this point how much we're going to be dipping into that infrastructure reserve. Hopefully it's all covered by the OCIF that we planned on. So the Queensbush Road final paving was completed on October 1st. Project was again within the approved budget line within the asphalt tender. And then the amendment line pulverizing, grading and paving was completed on October 24th. Patching and shoulder paving that we had planned on doing, we still would like to, if the weather will cooperate and the asphalt plants stay open. At this point, obviously today, it's not looking positive, but it is still something that we're working on. Sorry, excuse me. Okay, and then moving on to was that you or me? That was me. Okay. So the bridges, there was only one bridge construction project that we undertook in 2025, and it was the Posey line. Technically, it's a culvert. So Posey line bridge number 2048. This project was completed in August 2025. The tendered budget approved by council was just shy of $320,000. It was awarded to Doslin Construction. The tender was actually awarded in 2024. Due to scheduling conflicts, Doslin wasn't able to complete the project in 2024. We deferred it to 2025. They honored their tender price. So we didn't retender or anything like that. They honored their tender price. And then at the end of the project, it's actually come well under budget. So, and this project was 100% funded through the OCIF. Year to date, we have paid almost $260,000 to the contractor. Again, well under the project tendered budget. The only thing that is still remaining on that project is guardrail installation, estimated at approximately $40,000. I'm just waiting for a detail from the engineer on that before we get that installed. And then the other bridge projects that we have underway, which you'll see a lot more detail of in the 2026 upcoming stuff, is Moser Young is a culvert replacement. So currently it's a CSP, but I'll get into that one. So we did preliminary engineering on that project. Road 116, bridge number 1. We're doing a bridge rehabilitation there. And then Broadway Street, which is the biggest bridge we have in the township. We're going to do a rehabilitation on that one as well. So here is just a few pictures of the Posey line bridge replacement. So it was originally cast in place. We replaced it with precast concrete sections and precast retaining wall sections as well. So the top left and bottom right are the original, what it looked like. And then the other two are during construction pictures. There we go. So some of the miscellaneous projects that I quick mentioned were the aggregate yard at the end of Park Street in St. Clements. It's been an excellent addition to our, it's not fleet, but our facilities, I guess, at this point. It's provided a lot of versatility in how we can manage our operations and plan our work. There was times where we were delaying projects because we didn't have somewhere to take excess fill. Now we have a site owned by the township where we're able to store it, manage it, sort it if we need to, and then utilize it on other projects. We're still looking for opportunities always to haul from one site to another just to minimize trucking as much as possible. But if there's a more emergency projects like we've had a couple of, we have a place to take it if we don't have a dump site for it. And based on our excess soils regulations, soil that's removed from our sites, we don't have to have tested if we're able to reuse it within the road allowance. So that's what this yard helps us do. And then the second one was the overhead beacon installed at Hessenstrasse and Maplewood. So the total cost of that project, oh, sorry, going back to the aggregate yard, I have more details up there. So the total cost of the project was $26,000 and change, just above the approved budget of $25,440. And then the overhead beacon installation was $10,735, which was just under the approved budget of $12,500. Then that overhead beacon was through our intersection improvements. Is that you? Okay, it didn't work for me. So moving on to still in 2025 recap, project recap for stormwater. We had planned on doing a pond clean out on the Zinken Pond in Wellesley. And then when the engineers and I walked the pond prior to planning the tender, they made the recommendation that we actually put it off. What Public Works staff had done in the fall of 2024 was clean out the inlets and outlets and remove some of the brush and things like that. What that meant was the engineers were able to get a much better look at what the inlets and outlets looked like and different things like that. So their recommendation at that point then was to put off that clean out. But what they do recommend is doing a full evaluation of all of our ponds again in 2027. So between 2020 and 2022, we did a inspection of all of our ponds to kind of gain a benchmark of where they were at that time. If we do another round of that in 2027, it'll give us an idea of where we're at with how quickly some of them are silting in. Some might silt in faster than others. How quickly we're losing the design capacity of them and things like that. So that's their recommendation. So you'll see that again, and I'll get into more detail a little bit in the 2026 stuff. So next, so for equipment purchases, the only one we had for last year was the roll-off truck. So we have a 2026 tandem that we are still using for plowing right now. That's going to be replaced by this roll-off truck that was awarded to Viking at a contract value of $649,000 and change. The funding, $455,000 from the Public Works Equipment Reserve, and that money is what was equivalent, I think you may recall from last budget, that was equivalent to, sorry, that's what an equivalent truck would cost, but the upgrade to the roll-off truck is the additional funds of $194,000, which is why we're funding it from the development charges. To date, we've paid it's about $240,000 because we've paid for the cabin chassis to Freightliner. We will pay the remaining value of that truck upon delivery, which is expected in September of 2027. That truck is going to be extremely useful in our fleet. Last night, for example, would have been the perfect time to anti-ice the roads, and this truck gives us that ability once it shows up for next winter. Is that what I said? That's what I wrote down. I meant 2026. Yep, wrote the wrong year down. Sorry, yes, delivery in September 26th. Thank you, Rick. So that's it for that one. Thank you, Caitlin. So 2025 capital, the Transportation Master Plan. So as you're all aware, the Transportation Master Plan is well underway right now. The contract was awarded to SEMA Plus, and they've been fantastic to deal with so far. The award value was just under $150,000. We've had 2 public engagement sessions so far, one at the Fall Fair, August 22nd and 23rd. And then again, in combination with the OP review, the official plan review team, on November 12th at the church right here in Cross Hill. Both we saw an excellent turnout. We've gotten a lot of really good feedback from residents, as well as council when we met with you about it. Feedback can still be given at our Engage page, and there's a link right there. If anybody wants to do that, it's still on the website to provide feedback. Final report for that is expected in late February of 2026. Got the year right on that. Next, so the top right picture there, that's the Broadway Street Bridge in Hawksville, if anybody's unfamiliar. So some 2026 projects. So this is a map that I always include in this presentation, and it's more just to provide council a representation of kind of geographically where all the projects are taking place this year. As you can see, we have some in Linwood, some all the way up on 116, some in Wellesley, Hawksville, St. Clements. So they're kind of spread all over the township. Next. So for planned road projects, Park Street and Peter Street in St. Clements is one that was supposed to start, I believe it was 2021 initially. I started in 2020 and we deferred it. It's been deferred a number of years, mostly due to funding. So we've done a significant amount of engineering prep work up to this point. We're planning on going for tender either late this year, and if we do, you'll see another report come before that, or at the start of 2027, but we're planning on construction starting in 2027. And the construction for that, what it'll entail is new stormwater infrastructure, as well as asphalt and curbs and potentially sidewalks. We're going to do some public consultation and determine what we value. So right now the project budget is $100,000. I don't, in speaking with the engineer just as late as yesterday, we don't expect it to come anywhere near that $100,000. It's just a safe number for us. Again, yesterday I was out on site with Jake's help doing some camera work just to find out what we're looking at in one area that the engineer needed cameraed. So that type of investigation and engineering and prep work is what we're kind of going to be funding in 2026. But we don't expect it to be north of $50,000 probably. Like I said, that 100,000 is just a safe number for us. If we do tender in 2026 still, that number will help us go through that tendering process too. So we may not have to come back to council. Yes, Joe.
There's a possibility the work can be done in 26.
No, the work will not start until 27, but we may put it to tender around this time next year so that we're ready to, because it's a big project, so that we're ready to hit the ground running in spring of 2027. So sometimes for those larger projects, we like to tender them late the year before. So we can usually get the jump on other municipalities and get good pricing and things like that. So then in roads, the other projects that we're looking at are a Hessenstrasse resurfacing. So the final two blocks heading east from Moser to Maplewood and then Maplewood to Cressler, those two blocks, project budget of $560,000 to be fully funded from the OCIF. Those two blocks are in pretty tough repair at the moment. So we're just looking to resurface those, which will include some remedial work underneath before we actually we don't want to just do a straight overlay because I don't want all the cracks to reflect through. So we'll do a little bit of remedial work before we do the overlay. And then, as Danny already touched on, Lindun Lane will be, I've just mentioned it as Lindun Lane asphalt, but that would be in connection with the community center parking lot, as Danny mentioned. So I've got it up there right now as a 50-50 cost share. It will be roughly that. The Public Works or the Lindun Lane actual property line portion of it is only 75 meters. And then it's an additional 30-meter extension to get to the parking lot. And then 105 meters for the parking lot. So it's pretty much a 50-50 split. And we would tack that project onto our asphalt contract, just like we would with the Hessenstrasse, and then Park and Peter Street projects would be separate, but under an asphalt tender, the Hessenstrasse project, the Lindun Lane and community center parking lot. And then we've also, as Danny mentioned about the potential parking lot at the Wellesley maintenance shed, we would put that in our asphalt tender as a provisional item. So they can decide to do it if they want to after the fact. It doesn't have to, we're not committing to it. So then for bridges and culverts, so Moser Young, as I mentioned, it's a corrugated steel. So the bottom right picture there is the corrugated steel pipe that's there currently. And we'd be replacing it with, so we're going to go out to tender, and the tender is going to have provisions for cast in place or precast concrete. So some contractors like to do cast in place. Precast is quicker, cast in place takes longer, but is generally a little bit cheaper. So it's a gravel road. I'm fine having it closed for most of the summer if need be. So we can, so we're going to put it out for both because I'm not worried about the timeline. So the project budget is $600,000. That's what we're requesting. And we're hoping to fully fund it through the CCBF. So that's the replacement projects, the rehabilitation projects. Bridge number 1 on Road 116. So this is a 50-50 cost share with Perth East. So Perth East is putting a similar amount, $275,000 into their 2026 capital budget. Again, our portion of it, we'd like to fully fund through the CCBF. And that'll include repairs to the wing walls, to the abutments, to replacement of the barrier walls, or the barriers, sorry. And then once they get the top off, if there's any bridge decks, spalls, or things like that. It's concrete repair work is essentially all it is. So the total project cost of that is $550,000, but our portion is $275,000. And then Broadway Street. So this 2026, we have a second year of engineering and design. Project budget of $50,000. So that work started in 2025 this year. So we're going to have a second year of that. And then it's a rehabilitation only. So it's the same idea. It's the wing walls. It's the, we're going to widen the deck in order to have sidewalk on one side that meets AODA standards, and to be new barrier walls on it as well. So we're still working on through the design with the engineers on that. So for 2026, it's just engineering with a $50,000 budget funded through the infrastructure reserve. So, and I just want to mention on that one as well, no, sorry, not on that one. Back to the Road 116, just a couple other notes that I had written down. Approximate replacement value of that bridge is around $2 million. So by putting 550, and that a replacement would get you 50 to 75 years of expected life. By doing a $550,000 rehab, it should get us 30 to 40 years of expected life for a quarter of the price. So that's why we do rehabs partway through, to buy us a lot more time with that without the significant investment of full rebuild. So next slide is stormwater management. So a CCTV review of our stormwater infrastructure. What I'm proposing is a 2-year project where we camera all of our existing stormwater infrastructure. And it would be our aging stormwater infrastructure. So I'm not talking about Galena or Crabapple or other streets that we have CCTV images for already. I'm talking about the older subdivisions where we've never sent the camera down them. We don't know what they look like. So the idea of this is mitigating risk and feeding information into our asset management plan, so that we can make accurate predictions and forecasts on when to reconstruct roads, when to replace some of this infrastructure. So I'm hoping to do Wellesley in 2026, and then the remainder in Heidelberg, St. Clements, Linwood, Hawksville in 2027. I have $150,000 requested for this year, and that would be again for next year to be funded from the infrastructure reserve. If we wanted to spread it over 3 years and do $100,000 each year, we could. Again, this is one of those things where I'd like to get this information into our asset management plan as fast as possible so that we can start making accurate forecasts. Okay, so we're good on that one. Yep. So other projects. So the first one here, this is what Councillor Brick had alluded to earlier, is the multi-use trail along Gerber Road. So that we did a preliminary alignment last year with our engineer. Because it's on a regional road, there's a lot of consultation that has to happen with the region, a lot of permits, and just they have to agree to designs and different things like that. So this year is another year that we're planning on doing this prep work. And again, a lot of it will be consulting with the region and confirming an alignment with them. And the only real engineering that has to happen for it would be the bridge work, because it's going to be crossing Farella Creek. So it would be the bridge for that. This would extend from Parkview, where the trail currently ends, to David Street, where the trail picks up again. There's that gap in between that we don't have any sidewalks or trail currently. So that's $50,000 is the proposed budget. Again, I don't think we'll get near that number, but it'll be funded from the development charges as its additional service.
50,000 for design.
Yeah, so again, that's for surveying, like Rick mentioned with the other projects. That's for surveying. It's for a few other things like that. Again, I don't think we'll get near that 50,000. It's just a safe number for us, just in case we do run into any if there's environmental issues that we come across or things like that. We can do some more exploratory work with that kind of thing.
And so you'd have to build a bridge then over.
There would be a pedestrian bridge that would happen. That would have to go in order to cross Farella Creek. Yeah, because
and you're straight up the.
And then you'd be up the hill beside the old hydro station area. And now that the region has installed the four-way stop at Knapsinger and Gerber. That'll provide a much nicer crossing because there's actually stop signs in all directions there. So the trail would have a much nicer crossing there. Okay. So the next item on there is the sidewalk panel replacements. This is one that we haven't done enough of since I took this position in 2020. So our sidewalks are slowly degrading. The operating expense that you see in, I believe it's $14,000 in the operating budget is for our annual inspection that we have to do under the minimum maintenance standards and the cutting that's required through that as well. It's not enough to fund any panel replacements. So this may be a standing item, so to speak, that you'll see year over year now. And we'll be proposing different locations every year and the budget will likely fluctuate. This year, we're proposing a $25,000 budget for it. And then there's several locations in Hawksville primarily that we want to focus on for this year.
Sidewalk replacement or repair?
Sidewalk replacement, yeah. So we
Total
would,
replacement.
if there's 5 or 6 sections of, or like sidewalk panels that are all cracked and heaved and things like that, then we would pull those out. And based on the inspection work that we get done under that operating budget annually, we have a GIS layer that shows all of our sidewalk deficiencies. So again, that's information that feeds into our asset management plan. And because of that, that's why we have, why we see now the need for this type of stuff, because it identifies that and where we should be focusing our attention. Okay. So again, project budget $25,000 from the infrastructure reserve. And again, another standing item, so to speak, is intersection improvements. So I don't have locations necessarily on here. So last year it was the overhead beacon at Maplewood and Hessenstrasse, as I mentioned. This year coming up, we still have the, I guess you could consider this one a bit of a carryover because I had $25,000 in last year's budget, but we didn't focus on one intersection because there's still ongoing issues that we have to resolve at that intersection before we can make any improvements. So that's where this $25,000 will hopefully be redirected. And again, that's from our infrastructure reserve. And then the final standing item is our municipal drain assessments. So this item is on the budget just in case there are any improvements that happen under the Drainage Act that the township is assessed for. So if there's a drain improvement that happens that crosses a road or that the road contributes water to, and we're assessed, then we pay it through that fund right there. And it is funded through the infrastructure reserve. So that's why it's a standing item on our budget. Facility improvements. So the security cameras, let me catch up here. So security cameras at as I believe it was in Danny's presentation as well. He has some security cameras and things like that. We've got them planned as well for the administration building. I think this is something that's long overdue, just from a security and liability and risk management standpoint. So our project budget is $50,000 to be funded from the admin facilities reserve for that. The second item there is one that you've heard me talk about at this presentation probably for about 3 to 4 years now. And that is the need to upgrade our public works and admin facility. Our facility is degrading quickly. Anytime we have rain events or melt events, we have a lot of leaks. We have things like that. Our facilities are not up to snuff, to say the least. So I'd invite anybody to come for a tour. I'd happily walk you through and see where the guys are changing and washing up and see the facilities that we have for them for things like that. So what this would include is a new salt dome, a facility at the back of the property that would be just for public works staff, replacing the cold side at the back and things like that, and potentially even moving this facility to the admin site as well. So with the preliminary engineering for this and design work, we're planning for 2026. That's what this ask is for. And then construction proposed over 2 years in 2027 and 2028. The idea behind that is that it would be the public works side, out back, would be constructed in 2027. We move everything back there, and then the admin building and council chambers and things like that would be the 2028 side. The project budget for the engineering design work is $100,000 for next year to be funded again from the admin facilities reserve. When we do the actual construction at this time next year, when we talk about that, we will be talking about a debenture because we do not have enough in our facilities reserves to accommodate this. Okay, so I just want to plant that seed now. Okay, next one. So 2026 equipment purchase. The only piece of equipment that we're talking about for next year is the replacement of the previously bylaw vehicle. So it's an SUV. It's a Dodge Journey. It's number 67, and it was scheduled for replacement back in 2023, but it's been deferred multiple times based on the reconfiguration of our bylaw department. And now that we are very well settled and very happy with our solid contractor, I guess you call it, that we use with Tenant, who provides their own vehicle. Public Works has adopted this Unit 67 there, and we utilize it consistently. Every other department has access to it as well, which they would with the additional vehicle as well. I know Samantha, our communications person, uses it regularly. Myself and Jake were probably the three primary users of it. So what we're proposing is that we purchase a full electric pickup truck. Jake uses it as the technologist. He's doing all of our traffic counts, so he's consistently putting a ladder in the back and cones and different pieces of tools and equipment. So that's why we're proposing the pickup truck versus an SUV. And the proposed project budget's $75,000. The quotes that I've gotten for this are in and around $65,000. Then there's the upfitting for lighting and radio and GPS and different things like that. We'd also like to potentially wrap the vehicle as just to promote that it's a full electric and that, you know, we're going green and all those other things. So there may be a small cost for some additional decals for that. And this is to be funded from the roads equipment reserve, the majority of it. But there'd be a portion that we would fund through the greening reserve. And what we're proposing there is if an equivalent half-ton pickup truck, crew cab 4x4 work model is, I believe it is roughly $13,000 less than the equivalent electric EV model. So that $13,000 or whatever that ends up being will be funded through the greening reserve to upgrade to the electric. Okay. And I have that point at the bottom. I do want to point out this is an additional vehicle for Public Works, because even though it's a replacement of 67 because it was a bylaw vehicle, it would be additional. My predecessor had this additional pickup truck in the budget back when I started, and I had deferred it, and we purchased an extra work vehicle instead because we believe that was a higher priority at the time. So we're just kind of bringing the second administrative vehicle, so to speak, back into the fold. And then finally, I think this is my last slide, asset management and capital planning. Excuse me. So asset management related capital expenditures in 2026 are the OSIM inspections. So we have, as you're aware, every second year I have to do OSIM inspections on our bridges and culverts. So every even numbered year for us is when we have to do it. So 2026 again. That the OSIM data that we get is crucial for our asset management plan and capital forecasting. The CCTV inspections that I spoke about earlier for the stormwater network is going to pump a lot of useful information into the asset management plan, as well as our transportation mobility master plan. The final report should be coming out in February, like I mentioned. Those three items will give us an immense amount of data to help us plan and create our 10-year capital forecast with the use of our asset management plan. And then the one I have on the bottom here is just for information. I know Jeff touched on it earlier about the reduction in our OCIF funding. So OCIF is Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, and it has dropped significantly. So in 2023, I had north of $1 million is what we got from the province. We've seen reductions each of the last 3 years now, all the way down to in 2026, we've been made aware we're gonna get $680,000. So from north of $1 million down to $680,000 is a big part of why Jeff talked about earlier, the additional contributions that are necessary to our to our reserves to fund these capital projects, because when we anticipate getting that $1 million and some small increases, we do not anticipate these drastic decreases, and it's our road projects that end up taking the hit. So I just wanted to highlight that how big the reduction actually has been. And then sorry, I know there's one little point on the bottom there, but so it's just highlighting that our asset management plan identified approximately $1 million in annual contributions that we were short in order to maintain our assets the way they need to be maintained. So the reduction in OCIF doesn't help, but the increase in the reserve funding that Jeff's proposing is a big boost to that. And Jeff also mentioned the gravel royalties being higher than expected is also very helpful for that stuff. So I will take any questions you might have.
Okay. Yes. Thanks, Chris. The Park Street refurbishing there, there's quite a bit of paved shoulder right there now. Are you gonna implement any of that, or will it be?
So I would like to keep that road as wide as possible. I'd like to keep parking on that road. I wouldn't be narrowing it as much as we to a standard road width, which is about 7.5 meters of asphalt. I believe up there it's almost 12 meters wide of asphalt. So it may be a little narrower than that, but within the current asphalt, we'd be able to facilitate parking and sidewalks and curbs all within the current asphalt envelope right now. So we wouldn't be taking up people's driveways that they have currently. A lot of the issue when we add sidewalks and curbs and things like that after the fact is that, I had a 15-meter driveway and now I only have a 12-meter driveway, but we wouldn't be doing that to any of the residents up there. So, and right now the proposal is only to have sidewalk on one side of the street, and we may eliminate it altogether if there's a big outcry from the residents when we do a public engagement.
Okay. And on Moser Young, you're replacing the culvert with a box culvert?
Correct. With it's currently corrugated steel, and we'd be going to.
And why not go stick with the corrugated?
So the corrugated steel is less expensive, of course, but the lifespan on them, which we're finding, is so much less. Like the concrete, we expect to get 75 years out of, and the corrugated steel, we're finding 25 to 30 year life expectancy. So if we're spending half the amount and we're getting less than half the life expectancy, we think it's worth the investment.
Okay. And the multi-use trail that's on the regional road, do they put any money into this or not?
So the original multi-use trail on Gerber Road was constructed before I got here, but from what I've learned through the process, they did not contribute. We were on the hook for the cost of that because that current trail does not meet their design standards. So that's why we paid for the entire thing, because it's only 2 meters wide. Their design standard is 3. So we'll, in consultation with the region here, we'll talk about the width. This is almost 10 years after the fact from the last consultation that my predecessor would have had with them. So I'm not 100% sure if they're going to kick any money into it yet or not, but we'll, again, we'd be using our development charges for this additional trail.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chris, for that presentation. Obviously, lots going on. Quite a couple of questions. So one thing that's come up a couple of times is the expansion of a shoulder on Queensbush Road. I noticed we don't have it in the budget. Just any thoughts on if you see that down the road, or is that something we continue with our current road width?
Do you mean the phase 1 of Queensbush Road?
Yeah, the section between Molesworth and
Catherine.
Yeah.
So I don't have that in the budget. We just changed the bylaw to eliminate parking in about 100-meter stretch of that block on the north side of the road. There's already no parking on the south side. Because this happened so recently, I didn't add anything into the budget for it. I'd like to take another year to review it and look at possibilities and see if the questions about parking and things like that calm down a little bit and whether it's necessary or not. We did put that, call it a parking / kill strip kind of thing on the section from Catherine to the school because of the school drop off area. So it allowed cars to get 3/4 of the way off the road to drop kids off at school. So I'd like to just leave that one for one more year. And at this time next year, it may be there. But again, we can have discussions through this year with residents and with yourself as a counselor and take it from there.
Perfect. No, it's safe to say that staff are reviewing that then.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect. In terms of the EV vehicle, I think it's good to see there, and I think it's a good direction for us. I'm just wondering if we have the infrastructure to support EV charging at our facility now, or is that something that we'll need to look into as well?
So as part of the admin building rehabilitation that I proposed under the facility section there, we may put in a proper charging station. For now, if you purchase an EV vehicle, it comes with a charger that can plug into any 120 volt or 240 volt outlet. If you plug it into the 240 volt outlet, which we do have over there, it will give you a full charge. If it's a completely depleted battery, it'll give you a full charge in 8 hours. With the 120 volt, it'll be 36 hours to get to a full charge. This is the information that I got literally yesterday from a dealership. So the cord comes with it. Everything that we need in order to charge the vehicle comes with it. So until we would do a rehabilitation of the facility, we'll just get by with using the charging cord that comes from the manufacturer and into the 240 volt outlet so we can get full charges overnight. And with the usage that we're going to have, we're not going to drain the battery. If we put a couple 100 kilometers a day would be the absolute most we would put on it. So it's not like we're going to drain it below about 50% ever, I would think.
Oh, that's good. And I think as long as we're considering that in the new administration building, I think speaking to other places that have went to this green truck, that infrastructure is a huge shortage. So if we look ahead to new buildings, just making sure that's considered is good. So final question is just on the Gerber Road Trail project. I'm just wondering if anything occurred in 2025 on that project. I think we spoke about that 50,000 of engineering last year and expected 2026 to have a project cost, and we're back to engineering again. So I'm just wondering what happened in 2025 with that project.
So last year, sorry, that should have been in my presentation too. I apologize for missing that one. Last year we had it was around $9,000 worth of expenditures. So of the $50,000 budget line, we didn't spend anywhere close to that. It was around $9,000. And that was for surveying work and alignment essentially. So I do have the engineer drawing just of the alignment, nothing subsurface or anything like that. Just shows approximate alignment where it would go based on the survey that they did. So the survey was around $5,000, and then the additional engineering work or design work was the rest of it. But we were south of 10,000 last year on that. So we didn't use a lot of money at all from that approved budget.
So that funding, then the 40,000 difference would go back into the reserve.
Just remains in the reserve, correct?
And then comes back. So yeah, just a little disappointed to see the pace on that one. And I'll say that I understand it takes a lot of time, and I do hope that we can advocate the region to be a part of that. They spend a lot of money on multi-use trails in the cities and around us, and I think they should be a contributor to that, and really want to see that project done sooner than later. So just a comment.
And sorry if I can just add to that too. It will tie into new development as well. There's a proposed trail to go around the new development at the Stroh West subdivision. So it'll complete more of a trail network there. So I agree with you. I'd like to see it done as quickly as possible.
A question, if I may, the Stroh West. So talking about the drain there, I think we've seen sort of the proposal for the drain. So the $50,000 that's showing here, would that contribute to our portion of the drain upgrades?
So our
drain upgrades.
So our portion of that drain upgrade has been assessed at approximately $56,000, I believe. And the work may happen in 2026, but we won't see an invoice for it until 2027. So that does not factor that in. So in that standing item for municipal drain assessments, you may see it at roughly $100,000 next year, because we know about that $56,000 expenditure.
Okay.
So we don't anticipate spending it in 26.
That's good. Thanks.
Yes. Yes, 7.
Chris, you had mentioned, or maybe it was Rick, that you had mentioned the paving of Linden Lane. Were there any public meetings or anything scheduled to let the neighbors know about that paving ahead of time, or is that?
So we haven't really discussed it. This project kind of came up very recently, so we haven't had a lot of discussion on it. So these are very preliminary numbers and stuff that we're putting in there, but we want to have it as a placeholder just in case. I would fully anticipate having a public consultation session at the Linwood Community Center for it. And yeah, I think it'll provide a really nice throughway into that community center.
My only concern is the neighbors, making sure that they're.
We will make sure that they're fully aware of the project scope for sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilor Hergen.
The path drain, from what I've seen in the report, it's the culvert under the road getting replaced. Is that something you would do yourself in-house to save money?
No, that's it's done under the Drainage Act. So it's the whole drain is done at the same time. So the enclosed drain that's going to be going through the field. Forgive me if I'm speaking out of turn here. I don't know the exact details, but there's a closed drain that's going through the field, I believe, and then the culvert under the road, which ties into the stormwater infrastructure from the subdivision. And it will all be done at the same time through the same engineer. So no, we wouldn't be doing that in-house.
Okay. And I've heard talk of cameras going in your public work vehicles. Is that budgeted for from last year? Or this current year or next year?
So Jeff has that in his budget, I believe. It's not through or is it captured under one of our budget lines, Jeff? In our operating budget?
That additional expense is captured in the operating budget, which we'll walk through, but it's not a material amount, so it won't stand out if we're looking at the budget at the account level.
Okay, yes, dash cams will be installed in all of our vehicles in the near future.
Questions? I have a question. It's kind of in general terms, and I may already know the answer, but the health of the reserves that you're putting in this budget now compared to your asset management plan. Just give me a comment on how you feel we're at with that. I mean, are you satisfied that we're moving in the right direction? Are we deficient? Are we?
So the increase. That's a great question. For the increase that Jeff is proposing to the reserve, to the infrastructure reserve this year, is in keeping with what we need through the asset management plan. If we don't keep up with the plan that's in the asset management plan, it just means that infrastructure projects continue to get deferred. So the plan the budget that we have before you that Jeff has prepared, I think it does a really good job of identifying where the needs are, and it will set us up really well in the future. So if we can do these smaller increases annually like this to get us through this 10-year plan to get where we need to be, it definitely sets us up really well. And even with the reduction in the OCIF funding that we continue to petition the province for to recover that. But I do believe that we are in a good position based on the budget that is being presented before you. I think we're set up really well for the future.
I think it's safe to assume that any deferral at all is just going to come back to bite us at some point in time.
It's just kicking the can down the road for sure. Yeah, and construction costs continue to get more expensive. So if you defer a project that you're expecting to cost $1 million, if you defer it for 2 or 3 years, it may be $1.4 million by the time you actually get to it. You know, so yes, it's just essentially kicking the can down.
So I probably don't need an answer for this, but right now, but when we look at 4.9, I'm going to ask how much of that is actually going into reserves. And maybe we'll get to that, or maybe it's already there.
4.9 comes from where? What's that? What number are you referencing?
The 4.99% increase.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get there.
We'll get there. So that's going to come up because I think that's important. I think people have to understand the relevance of that, and for the reason that you just spoke to. So
yeah, we certainly touch on the contributions to reserves and the operating budgets, which you'll hear.
Yeah, I don't have a slide that shows exactly how much we're contributing. I don't have like a consolidated slide, but as each of the directors goes through their budget, you'll see what we're contributing for public works, for fire, et cetera, rec. You'll see all the contributions.
vital. So thanks. Yeah.
Do you have a cost estimate for your public work and admin reconstruction?
I don't at the moment. I'm planning on, I'm hoping we can do it for around $3 million. I'm hoping it doesn't need to come in much higher than that, but again, I don't have true estimates, so that's just a very off the cuff number that I'm giving you. So no, unfortunately, I don't have an estimate for that at this point. So that's what this design work will be this year, is getting me that accurate estimate.
Okay, thank you.
That's a good question. Now, are we putting anything in a reserve for that work at this point?
So there is a contribution to the admin facilities reserve this year, which has gone up from last year. It's still not anywhere near where it needs to be for a project of this size. So again, we'll get to the contributions to the reserves, and later in 2026, when I have a cost estimate, I can, well, you'll see it obviously at this time next year, but I can get in front of council if as soon as I have it, if you'd like.
Anything we can put aside now will keep the venture down. Sure. Any other questions? Okay, thanks. Thanks.
Thank you.
And where are we?
Okay. Sorry, I was going to continue with the operating budget. I think we have about 15 minutes. I can probably get through the summary revenue and summary expenses. Okay. So the summary that's being shown right now is a summary of our revenue for 2026. If you look at the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that we're up 8.4% and roughly $1 million. A lot of this is going to be the levy. So if you look at the first row, 600,000 of the million is roughly the levy increase. And then there's another additional 400,000. And I think I'll focus on those items as we walk through this. So if you look at the grants, where there's an increase of 75,000, roughly 7.6% on this line. That is the additional OMPF money that we're going to be receiving in 2026. So that's the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. So that number has gone up this year. On the general revenue line, so the next line, we're up 41,000 there. This is a combination of a lot of different items, and we'll get into that when we get into the detail. But at a high level, penalties and interest, sadly, are going up 55,000. So this is penalties and interest that taxpayers pay on late payments. So there's 55,000. We're also have an increase in contributions from reserves, elections around 38,000, and retiree benefits of 15,000. So these increases are offset by a decrease of roughly 80,000, and this 80,000 is the dividend the annual dividend we receive from Innova. So we're expecting that to come down 80,000 in 2026. And this is because in the prior years we were guaranteed a certain dividend. We're no longer guaranteed a dividend in 2026. The latest estimate that Innova provided us was that we'd expect should expect 256,000 in 2026, and that's what we built into the budget.
It's a little disappointing, I think. So the amalgamation was supposed to go the opposite way. Anyway, I won't get into those details.
Yeah. So the other items that here that stand out to me, and if you see anything, councillors, if you want to question anything, I'm going to hit the items that stand out to me, so the most significant items. But if I pass over something, please ask questions if you have questions. So the next item that I want to hit on is the public works revenue, and we discussed this already in my walk. But there's a $70,000 increase in public works revenue, and that's the gravel royalty. So the increase in gravel royalty that we built into next year. And then on recreation, you can see we have about 200,000 to 218,000 in revenue increase. That is primarily money from additional programming that the rec center and Danny are going to be providing. in the future, so in 2026.
Get into that in more detail. Or
We will, absolutely.
There's
Danny will be hitting
additional
on that
programming,
when he
not
presents
only
his.
at the rec center, but in St. Clements as well.
It's township wide, absolutely, yeah. So yeah, so just to reiterate, so 8.4% increase in revenues. A lot of that is the levy, but about 400,000 of that is, outside of the levy. So about $1 million. And again, we'll get into the detail as each of the directors presents. You can see the detail behind these numbers. So the next slide, we've kind of touched on this, so this may not take a lot of time at this high level because I've already summarized it in previous slides. But again, so you see the 8.4 increase at the bottom. That makes sure that our budget is net zero, so it's a balanced budget. So our expenses are increasing at the same rate as our revenues. Again, $1 million increase in expenses. Just without spending time on each of the different lines, a lot of that is going to be from our contributions to our reserves, right? So roughly 600,000 is going to be, an increase over prior years, just related to setting up our reserves for the future. And most of that you can see, and it's not all in public works, but there's a good chunk of that is within public works. So you can see the 17% increase. When Chris presents his budget, you'll be able to see the total that we're contributing to his public works reserves. Also driving the increase here is obviously the wages, which we've talked about already, right? So wages are up. We have a 3.2% cost of living factored in to next year, but there's also the new union agreement, the annualization of the new hires that we hired in 2025. And then the step increases as well for those individuals not at the top of the grid. So that's all I want to highlight on the expense side, unless you have additional questions. We will, as I said, we will get into the details, like line by line, account by account, for each of these items. Questions?
Not at this point.
So initially I had said we'd stop there, but I think we'll just keep going. We have 10 minutes. So on the next slide, so we talked about tax revenue. This is where you're going to see, councillors, the increase in the levy. So the very top line, row 71, is the levy, and that is the levy that we're required in order to balance the budget. So at the end of the day, we acquired additional 600,000 to make sure that we delivered a balanced budget this year. So working our way down. Again, I'm going to hit the large items, but if you see or you have any questions on anything smaller that I skip over, please ask. On row 78, we have our OMPF. We talked about that previously, so that's the 75,000 from the additional grant money we're receiving in 2026. And skipping down to council expenditures. So council expenditures are going up. If you look at row 105, 21,000. Most of this is going to be from wages and cost of living. So the cost of living increase on councillor and mayor wages. There is an item on row 102, which is the community events, that's going up 7,500. There's an offset to this on the revenue side. So it's really a wash, but it's really from the community event that is hosted every year. So we added in revenue, but we added in expense, but there's also offsetting revenue. So we're pulling additional money from reserves, or it's actually, money that I think in 2025, we generated a lot of additional revenue through food sales and whatnot to offset. So our expenses went up, but our revenue also went up. So it's essentially a wash. The budget hasn't changed for the event. So continuing down, we have our election expenditures. I mentioned this earlier. So $38,000 in additional election expenditures. We experience this every 4 years. We're also pulling money from our reserve to fund this. So there's no real impacts. Again, this one's a wash as well. So we do have the expense, but it's being funded through reserves. So general revenues, our next section here. So we're down 11,000, 12,000 in general revenue. I already mentioned a few of these items. So if you look at the second item here on row 118, our Nova dividend here is decreased from 336,000 in 2025 to 256,000 in 2026. And that's based on ANOVA's information from ANOVA. Their best guess at the time when we were preparing the budget, they expected the dividend to be about roughly 256,000. Next item there is I'll just touch on this, it's not big, but it's the community event income. This offsets the expense item on the previous page. So when I said it was a wash, we had the additional revenue and it offsets with the additional expense here. On row 133, I mentioned this already too. This is the $55,000 that is for additional penalties and interest that we anticipate for 2026. And this is consistent with what we're seeing in 2025. So yeah, the budget is up, but it's based on actuals that we see coming in this year. So nothing else here that I want to call out in terms of total general revenue, unless council has any questions.
Yes, Councilor.
So we're seeing increase of fees and penalties there. I'm just wondering if we're seeing an increase of bills not being paid. Is that a risk also?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we are seeing that. I don't think we're in any danger of not collecting anything. We always have, we can enforce it, the taxes. So we haven't had to do that. Like we haven't had to do any sales, like tax sales or anything like that. So at this point in time, we're not at risk of not collecting anything. We do have tools in our toolkit to make sure we can't collect it. But the last thing we absolutely want to do is do a tax sale or force a tax sale. So we try to avoid that. But I don't anticipate any in the future. So I think we're in good shape.
Question. Yeah,
and just one other follow-up, and I think this is kind of general. So we're a lot of good discussion about the asset management plan. I think we're starting to see the benefits. I know we've talked about hopefully the province will come forward with more funding based on our asset management plan. Have we seen that to date, or are we still waiting on the province to kick in some money based on our asset management plan?
So I've seen no money, or I haven't heard much talk about any additional money either. I don't know, Rick. I'm going to defer to Rick and see.
Yeah, no, we haven't seen additional money. It is tied to the OCIF funding directly, which, as you saw before, has been dropping annually instead of going up. So we are in discussions with the province about that. And I know there's some advocacy, and we actually voted to endorse a resolution from another municipality just at council on Tuesday night to push the province to have a look at this envelope and see if they can increase it or keep it going at least, and relook at the formula too.
Yeah, no, I think that's important. I think we're doing our part and showing a good plan, and we're not really getting our bang for our buck on the other end, which is frustrating.
It is. Just to add to that, I think we'll those of us that are going to Roma will be talking to the minister about that. Have we got anything firmed up on that yet?
No, we've got no confirmations on any delegations at this point.
Okay, so the bottom section here is the general contributions from reserves. So this is us pulling money from our reserves to fund, certain items. First item there, and we discussed this already, is we're pulling 38,000 from our elections reserve, and that offsets the expense on the previous page. So it's a wash, but we show it here as revenue because we're drawing money from our reserve. And the next item is retiree benefits, and as we're all aware, we had our clerk resign in 2025. So we're anticipating our retiree benefits going up in 2026. So we have additional expense, which is being funded through this reserve. So we're drawing down our reserve for this as well.
Just so you have the tax rate stabilization reserve. It doesn't show that we're taking anything out of that? Or am I reading this wrong? It's 0%. I'm just trying to understand that.
Yeah, it's showing we're still taking 251,800. The column you're looking at is the difference between 2025 and 2026, where there is no change. It's the exact same amount as we budgeted in 2025.
Yeah, and I guess at some point I'd like to know what the balance is on that reserve.
Actually, Mayor, I looked that up actually earlier today. And it's close to, I think it's 795,000.
That's before we withdraw the 250.
Well, ideally, we're not going to withdraw that. So it's budgeted, but in the perfect world, we're not going to touch it. So we put it in there to balance our budget, but ideally we are hoping to come in under budget and not have to draw that down. So it's here as a kind of a safety net.
So you say the balance is 790?
Right. 795.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe just following up on that, our 2025 to date revenue and expenses, are we looking at needing our reserve to be used, or is it too early to ask that question?
That's a fantastic question. I wish I had an answer for you. It is too early, and there's a few things that are ongoing, and it's hard to predict. One is the other. We don't know what's going to happen and how much money we're going to need to spend there. But there is a lot of variables at this point in time. So I'd be hesitant to make a call.
No problem. That's understandable.
You typically can't figure that out until what? January, February, March next year.
I get more comfort when the auditors are in and they've scrubbed through our numbers, and we have a better idea of where we're going. And we've booked all our year-end entries because there's a number of entries that we book at the end of the year. So it's tough to make that decision now or that call.
How did the 2024 budget look?
2024 was we were very close to balancing. So what are you looking at?
I think you were just slightly over. Or?
We only used 1,500 of the 251,000 that we budgeted that year. So we were able to come in significantly under our overall budget. That just is reflective of good management of money, basically.
Right. And a while back, we talked about changing some of the investments to a higher income. Is that reflected in the budget here?
So what I've done for that, so we do expect the benefits of I'm going to call it more prudent in investments. I didn't change the revenue, and we get to on the finance side, you'll see I've left the budget the same. I think the budget, we're going to come in under budget in 2025 because the interest rates have been coming down. But I do think that the budget that we have for 25 is a good number for 2026. So I think we're going to be unfavorable in 2025, but I've left that number the same for 2026, knowing that we will in all likelihood, receive more interest in the year.
Thank you.
I think it's probably a good time to break, so we'll break for lunch. Happy to take any other questions.
Any other questions before lunch? Good. We're good. We'll be back to Jeff.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to continue the budget review on administration expenditures. So again, I'm going to highlight the more material variances and not focus on every single line item. But again, if there is something you want me to stop on and you have a question, feel free to let me know. So on the admin side, wages and benefits are driving a lot of the increase. So if you look at the bottom right-hand corner, total administration operating expenditures were up 27,000 versus the budget last year. But again, a lot of that is related to wages and benefits. But if you go kind of partway down the sheet, row 167, we have a decrease, and this decrease is related to the spend on the asset management plan. So we had engaged with Watson in prior years, and when they were working full-time on the plan and putting in a lot more hours. Now that the plan is completed, we're just going to be doing an annual refresh, so that number's come down a little bit.
And they're doing that refresh for us.
They will be doing the refresh for us, yeah. While working with us, so we'll work with them. And then there may come a point, we're not there yet, that we take it on entirely. But at this point in time, we still want to work with them and follow their direction. There's also annual reporting that's required as part of the asset management process. So you will see, council will see at some point in 2026, a report that Watson will help us prepare. Going down to the bottom, so contributions to reserves. General, so there's two items on here with changes. The first one is the provision, the general provision. And you can see there's a reduction of about 37,000. This is directly related to Innova, the dividend we received from Innova. So in prior years, we would contribute more money to the general reserve. We take this money and contribute more to the general reserve, anticipating that there'd come a point in time where the dividend would come down. So let's say the last 2 years we put more money away. Now that the dividend has come down, we've backed off a little bit on what we're contributing to that reserve. So that's why you see that coming down 36,000.
So I'm going to ask Rick a question on that. What do you anticipate?
Future?
Yeah, the future.
I am anticipating that number to increase again. I just don't know at what pace. Yeah, synergies are starting to be discovered now from the merger. Took a while to get there, but they are starting to happen now, where they're able to save some money and create better revenues.
Good. Thanks.
All right, there's one more item in this section that I want to highlight. That's row 194. So this is our contribution to retiree health benefits. So we've increased that from 20,000 to 25,000. And that's directly related to our clerk that is tendered her resignation and retired in 2025. So we expect, just to make sure that we have enough in that reserve for the future, we're just going to increase this year anyways, another $5,000.
Line 164, corporate dues and subscriptions. Why up so much?
So we're up $2,000. I honestly, I don't know exactly. I can't say what specific due or subscription is driving that. I can tell you it's based on our actual spend for 2025.
Okay.
So we've seen an increase, and we've just making sure that we have enough money in there to pay for everything we need to pay for next year. If you want me to do, a more specific analysis and deep dive into, what code's there and how much it is, I'm happy to do that for you.
No, that's okay. If it was like $20,000,
yeah,
yes, I did question it.
Yeah, when you look at the percent increase, yeah, it is substantial. But I think if you look at our actuals for this year, and I'm guessing that we increased it based on what the expense that we've incurred to date. So we've just increased it a little bit.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, there was one corporate membership that was missed last year when we did the budget number, and that got added to this year.
Any other questions on administration? If not, I'm going to keep going and we'll look at finance. happy to report, if you look kind of at, oh, sorry. Thought I was down 1,500, but that's IT. Total finance expenditures are up about 56,000. And the reason for that is, again, it's going to be wages and benefits. And in finance, we hired a financial analyst last year, partway through the year. So now we're have to absorb that full expense in 2026. So that's why you're seeing most of that increase. Yes, Councilor Reagan.
So line 205, you are increasing the overtime. Is there a reason why we think overtime is going to increase? Or is this just reflecting the change in wages with the cost of living increases this year?
So this is really just reflecting. So we have one additional body on the team this year, and there is a little bit of overtime, not a lot of overtime in finance. Like a lot of the overtime is taken in lieu. So people like bank their overtime, and then when things slow down, they take it. So there's no real impact to the township financials. But in this case, like there's a lot of overtime during the budget season. There's a lot of overtime during year end. And then there's times where we can't take it. So it's really to reflect one extra body on the team that will be incurring overtime and may have to get paid out at some point in time.
Okay, and then line 208, the cell phone. Is that just your cell phone?
Yes, thank you for calling that out.
Sorry.
That is my cell phone.
It's just a little bit of a.
It is an increase. It is an increase, and I don't know. 508 is a lot. It has gone up, so I am over budget on the year, and I'm going to do my best to bring that number down. But I've budgeted based on what I've spent for the first 10 months of the year. So I took the year-to-date spend divided by 10, multiplied by 12 to come up with, that's why it's a weird number, 508. But that's where I'm trending as of right now. But I do try to keep my expense down.
Okay. And
I'll just add to that if I could.
Yep.
For the 2025 budget, we had renegotiated our contract with Bell on the cell phones, and we got a significantly reduced basic data package, which is why we bumped them all down. But we're finding that it's not enough data for a lot of the managers. So it's been going higher than that. And then there's a set fee that it increases once you exceed so many gigabytes.
Okay.
And it's not just a couple dollars, it increases.
Significant.
The base is very, very cheap, but then it comes back more in line with what our old contract was if you exceed that base.
Okay. And I just have one more.
Sure.
Line 213, can you just, what's driving the increase in miscellaneous?
Again, it's a catch-all account. We put in like, if we're purchasing shirts for the team, it goes here. So clothing, if we're doing a holiday event or a corporate event, it all goes here.
I can add on to this one too, Jeff.
Sure.
You and I just figured this one out. Clerk's department is now under finance as well for the miscellaneous piece. It used to be under the admin miscellaneous, but now it's going under the finance admin.
So it's a combination of the two being brought together. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
I did take down workshops and training by $2,000. So on the finance side, so we're up 7%, 55.5. Most of that is wages, but there are some other ins and outs that are contributing to that as well. Moving down to IT, we're pretty much flat on the year. So you can see the spend is actually down $1,500. So we constantly are scrubbing our IT spend, looking at it, looking for ways to be more efficient. There are some ins and outs, but at the end of the year for 2026, we're down $1,500. Next year, we might be up a little bit more. But for 2026, I think what we landed on is a good number.
If I may, just wondering where we're at in our contract with F12. I know we've kind of talked about that. I forget when it is coming up.
Sure. So F12, we did talk about making a change from F12, and we were working with another provider, and we got some quotes from them, which were very similar in price. What we decided to do was to stay with F12. We signed most recently just a 1-year contract with them to make sure that we were happy with the service level that we were getting from F12. And I think what we would all agree that the service level has definitely increased. So we're more happy with the service we're getting from F12. So we've decided to keep them on. So, we did go through a point where we were thinking about making a change and changing providers, but we circled full back with F12 after the 1-year color probationary period. And we haven't signed an agreement for 2026, but what's reflected in this budget is an additional year with F12.
Was the vendor that the other vendor that we talked with, a local vendor, or?
They had definitely had local offices, I know, but I don't know if they were province-wide, but yeah, they definitely, they came to our office a couple of times when we were going through discussions with them.
They were GTA based, though, their head office. I think they had an office in Cambridge as well, the other vendor that we were discussing with. F12 has a Cambridge office as well. Not in the township, though, neither one of them.
Okay. It's nice that on occasion they do come out and visit us and help with things. So it's nice to have that local presence. Again, I'm just going to highlight it. There's no change in it, but you can see our IT contribution to reserve is at $22,000 and no change for 2026. The next section is bylaw and animal control. So on the revenue side, very little change. There's $900 in there. Sorry, I paused on that because I don't even know that's for $900. I can't remember why it went up.
That was going to be my question. Did we have a lot of compensation this year for wildlife?
No, I think that's what's driving that increase. I think when I would have looked at this, I would have looked at what we'd spent or the revenue we would have generated year to date, and then based that on, that $1,000 would have been based on actuals for the year. On the expense side, there's a couple of things. Well, one primary thing that's going on here. So if you look at the first row, 255, bylaw wages part-time, we're under budget by the full amount. So we're under budget by 51,000. But if you look at on contracts, row 259, that's the same spend. So we've just went from budgeting in the wage line, because if you can remember back to last year, we were in negotiations with tenant. We weren't sure if we're going to hire part-time staff or go with a contract. We ended up with tenant, and we're very happy with tenant. But there was a time where we weren't sure, which direction we were going to go. When I was doing the budgeting, I just put all the money into the part-time line. So you can see they're offsetting. They're not entirely offsetting. So the difference is driving that 10.5 variance. So we're actually up for 2026. And the reason for that is when I did the budget for 2025, I missed spending. So we budgeted based on tenant. They provided us a wage, a number of hours and weeks. And so we just did the math and said, okay, this is what we need. What wasn't included was the fuel and use of their vehicle. So our budget is slightly less, or our budget for 25 was slightly less. So if you were to look at the financials, the budget variance reports to date, you'd see that we're slightly over budget, not, nothing that we can't absorb. But the budget for 2025 wasn't sufficient. So now our budget for 2026 is sufficient, and that's why you see it's up by 10.5. And that's it. That takes us to the end of bylaw and animal control. If there's any questions on anything I've presented, so that's the end of the kind of the administration departments, finance, IT, bylaw. Happy to take any questions. If not, then I'm going to pass the floor to Paul, and he can start introducing fire. Thanks, Councilor Herget.
The contractor that you've hired, you pay mileage for his fuel, or how does that work?
It's baked into our wage. So there's a wage that he gets, but when we, I guess, negotiate with tenant, they add in a component for like an average amount for fuel in the vehicle. So it just gets added to that amount.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. So we'll start on the revenue. We've just applied our fire protection agreements are with Mapleton and Wilmot. And those are, that's a hard 2% that we have in those contracts as we sign those. So that's predictable. Revenue, permits and inspections, we've added the 3%. We see those and that will reflect in the fees and charges that we've recently passed. So those have all been done. And that's added onto that. It's not an enormous amount. Any questions with the revenues or? Okay. Expenditures, wages for 6%, volunteer wages. So it's kind of tricky. We've dropped it. We've had some big changes this year. This is always a difficult one because it's really unpredictable. Obviously, we fire based and that sort of thing. But because we've had some changes this year, with our fire manual, we've definitely tightened up a lot of our hours that we should see. We've kind of been in the 6 months with that, but as we get into that full year of having that out, that should make a significant difference. A lot of our training, not our maintenance training, but you've been listening to me for the last couple of years talk about the July 1st, 2026 date, and that will be coming up. And a lot of our training in the past couple of years, we've been doing significant extra weekend training that we have to get to our existing firefighters, pump operator certified, the ones that weren't fire level 1 or level 2 certified, but they've been on and been trained, but they didn't have the seals. So what we had, we do a weekend course for them and then they'd go and challenge the exam. So we've had a significant amount of that in the past couple of years to get everybody there. We are good. Everybody that we have going forward by that date will be fine. We're not going to have anybody that's not certified, but we will no longer have to have those catch-up dates. So that should make a difference. And then this Wednesday, if you've been hearing a little bit about the change in the ambulance dispatch that's coming up, that takes effect this Wednesday. They start the transition at 8 p.m. and they expect it to be early morning Thursday. So it doesn't change our tiered response agreement or what we go to. What it does is on the ambulance dispatch side is it gets very in depth with what they're asking the callers, and they're reprioritizing. Primarily, they're trying to reprioritize the ambulances to make sure they are going to high priority calls, and the lower priority calls will be able to wait. So it's effectively to keep their resources the way they do. The change for fire will be that we'll be going to the same calls, but often as our fire councils know, I mean, if we're going to a shorter breath or something like chest pain, a lot of times it's nothing. They're getting canceled en route and that sort of thing. So what's going to happen there is we should be seeing a significant reduction in those kind of calls. So we did do a little bit of a project going back in the last 18 months to 2 years of what predictably is on the new map based on the way they'll ask the questioning, and I suspect we'll see probably a 50%, 40 to 50% reduction in our medical calls, which will be a significant savings for us in that way. So that number is there. And again, it's hard to predict, but that's why we don't usually change that. But that's why we see that number there. So that's that. Memberships are up, and kind of like Jeff said, that's to represent. We haven't changed that in 9 years, and we have a couple memberships that we've been exceeding that. So that's just to represent that. And I don't think anything else. We have a little reduction. Regional maintenance fees did go down significantly. Rick, we're going to see that hopefully for a couple of years, I think.
That's going to hold steady at that level for the next couple of years and then hopefully reduce again after that.
Yeah, perfect. Dispatch did go up. But that was on par. We've had those numbers for 3 to 4 years, so that was a predictable increase. That's my operating for now the stations, or sorry, reserves. So we moved up based on my 10-year plan. I try to do 2 years at a stable number, and then we add. So there's that 25,000 increase to the trucks for the next couple of years to keep within our 10-year plan to keep those reserves in. Fire station development, same thing. We've upped that. Radio replacement added 5, and SCBA replacement added 5. So we're trying to keep those of the radio and SCBA. We still have about a 10 to 11 year lifespan on that. So I think with where we're at, we don't have to be making significant jumps every year, but what we're doing there, those do have shelf lives. And obviously down the road, we don't want to have any nasty surprises for whoever we have to order those, and they need to purchase a $600,000 or $700,000 bunch of SCBAs and stuff. Any questions on the reserves? Yeah, Shelley.
Just a quick, so the line 314, the fire station development, is that for just upgrades to, obviously, hopefully St. Clements doesn't need anything right now, but I know Wellesley is starting to get older, but.
No, we did a significant, so this council approved this, or was the council before? 2 years ago, we did about 120,000 into Wellesley. It was at that 20-year mark, but that is that mark. So I mean, right now, St. Clement, or not, sorry, I'm sorry, Linwood. Our Linwood station is the oldest one. It did have an addition, I think, 16 or 17 years ago, way before my time. Just a bay addition.
No, I do. I remember that.
Yeah.
So, yes.
But the lot itself, I mean, we're down the road. There's lots of, and it's not that it's not on the radar. We do kind of think that that's where we're growing this, or if we're not going to look at a new station at some point, there's going to need to be, it's 55 or 56 years old. It was built as a drive shed, I think, for 8 or 10 firefighters. And now we're 23 or 24 people in there tripping over each other, getting in there. And yeah, I mean, there's lots of things cooking as we move forward, and we just want to keep that one up there. So we're looking at that as we.
Okay, that's what I suspected. I just wanted. I didn't want to assume.
No, fingers crossed that 52 and 53 won't coming back to the bank anytime soon. But we're looking at the northern part of the township for now. And that is it for the reserve. So is there anything else? And then the equipment reserve, we have just kept that standard. Really nothing on the horizon, but we don't want to see that get depleted. So, okay. Going into our stations, heating fuel has been up for everything. Oh, did I miss one? Oh, sorry. I'll just go back quickly and go back there on my line 301 for fleet maintenance. I forgot last year we did amalgamate all the station for the trucks we put into one. So that has increased 3% just, and that's a pretty standard increase. We're trying to keep our maintenance up. So sorry, I did miss that. As far as the stations go, heating fuel and really no increases in anything else across any of the stations. So I'll just quick go through those. If anybody sees anything that stands out. The debt cost really is the only thing there in station 52, but that debenture is done, I believe, in we're going to 26, 7, 8, 3 more years of that for that station. And that's it. So we pretty much kept everything at 0. Any questions on any of that, or I want to specifically pull out or stop at? Thanks, Jeff. Thanks, Council.
Next is building, and Daryl will be speaking to the building budget.
Thank you, Jeff. Just starting with building revenue, went over a lot of this in the November 4th report on building permit fees. We are certainly anticipating a slower year next year again. And when we do that, the draw from the transfer from the reserve becomes higher. But all anticipated and it all part of the master plan, so to speak. We should be drawing on the slow years, and we should be drawing those larger amounts, and those same larger amounts were collected in the good years, in the busier years, 2017, 2018, that sort of thing. So that's the building revenue prospect for 2026. And in the expenditures, there aren't a lot of major pieces to it. Our indirect costs, the costs we send back to the municipality for everything from insurance to heat to supporting staff, that goes up every year. The building computer software is also going up. We signed into a 10-year plan or a 5-year with a 5-year option plan, and it's been 5 years for our permit software, which we're really happy with. And this is there's an additional 5% being added on to the next 5 years. So that's where that 1,000 comes from. Yeah, beyond that, there isn't a lot of exciting things or major changes going on with the permit expenditures for anticipated permit expenditures for 2026 or building department expenditures. So happy to go over anything.
Line 391, your cell phone, is it similar to Jeff, where you have just found that this year your cell phone bill is higher than budgeted?
I think so, although I do believe last year into this year, we did add a third cell phone to our fleet, or rather, we have, well, Caitlin here now out in the field a little more frequently, and in doing so, we picked up a third cell phone for the first time. So
okay, thanks.
Good, we're good.
I think so.
Okay.
Yep. Next up is Public Works, and Chris will be speaking to the Public Works operating expenses and revenues.
Thanks, Jeff. So starting on line, Public Works revenue starts on line 419. So there's not a lot of change there. The big one that Jeff highlighted earlier was the change to gravel royalties, which is a very good news story to help our reserves, especially with the decrease in OCIF, like you're going to hear 100 times today. So again, not a lot of huge changes other than the gravel royalties with the revenue. So if there's no questions on revenue, I can go right into expenditures. So the first expenditure there is crossing guard wages. As you'll hopefully recall, we dropped 2 crossing guard positions of the 4. That's why you see it reduced by roughly 43%. And then the next one that would be fairly significant would be the part-time wages in Public Works. So we are planning on adding summer students, which we've never had before. And the reason behind that would be maintaining our stormwater infrastructure, essentially. So our stormwater ponds. We generally don't do any maintenance because they're kind of out of sight, out of mind off the road. We've discovered, as I talked about in the capital plan there a little bit, our stormwater management ponds have been underserviced. So what these students will do is essentially just maintain those areas, the trails around them. There's a couple of ponds that have small trails going around them, as well as some of the brush and other things leading into the ponds, making sure the inlets and outlets are clean. So they'll just go on a loop on a cycle. They'll also help us with various other things, but that's the primary focus is the stormwater management ponds.
Oh, go ahead.
Chris, will we pursue government grants for those positions at all?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's the same grant. I'll be working with Danny on that application. This is the first year I've ever applied for it, so I'll be taking his lead. But we certainly will be. Student grant.
We've actually budgeted for Canada Summer Jobs already. So the miscellaneous revenue you see is up, and that was factored into that miscellaneous revenue.
That's that $10,000.
I guess that was my question. Have we been successful in the past with them?
We have, and Danny can probably speak more to that.
Yeah, I can speak to that. I've been in this position for 8 years. We've been successful 7 of the 8 years. So the applications have to be in by December the 11th this year. It's the earliest they've ever had to be in. So Chris and I will be working on the applications in the next week or so.
I might have to join in on that meeting. I never get funding.
So just a quick question on the stormwater. What sort of maintenance are we talking about on the ponds?
So it would be brush clearing and just keeping the weeds down to a manageable level, clearing the inlets and the outlets, just so that the stormwater in and out is flowing freely the way it's designed to.
They're not draining the ponds.
No, not draining the ponds at all. No, this would all be outside of the water.
Okay.
Other than just the mouth of the inlets and outlets, and then maintaining the trails and the brush and naturalized area around.
There's one in St. Clements that I think you know about that we've been asked to have a look at.
Yes, and if there are dry ponds that are designed to sit dry, other than during spring melt or major rainstorms, things like that, we would be able to get into those ponds and take branches down and do other maintenance like that in the dry ponds, and that would be considered a dry pond.
I'm sure he'll be in touch with me.
I'm sure he will. So moving on, if you'll see some of the there's some pluses, some minuses here. So the very next line is a -8% in our overtime wages. Since the changes to our start times for our morning and afternoon shifts, we've seen a steady decrease in our overtime. So there is a small decrease here. That's just more or less to reflect actuals. Then the training budget, seminar workshop training budget is increased by $2,000. There's additional training that we are offering our frontline staff through the collective bargaining process. It's a one-time initial training, and then there will be refreshers over years after that. But the initial cost is why we have to increase this, just to facilitate that. And then in subsequent years, we may be able to bring it back down a little bit. Other decreases, vehicle fuel, we actually decreased a little bit because prices are holding very steady on that area. Another drop in hydro, same idea. And we actually have the opposite effect for the cell phones. The cell phones were one that I know Jeff did most of the work on that, but ours is actually a 14% decrease in ours. So that's good. That hopefully offsets the other increases in cell phones. Vehicle licensing, this is just an actuals. This is what we have to pay when we go to Service Ontario to license our vehicles annually. So you can see the actuals from 2024 were 11,000. So this is just in keeping with that as well. We are about to do our renewal in the next couple of weeks, and I believe it's very close to that $11,000 number again. So we just have to finish a couple of emissions tests before we can actually go and renew that. One of the big ones for us, as Jeff had mentioned earlier in his presentation, is the vehicle repair parts. So this is maintenance and repairs to our vehicles. So we've got it up fairly significantly there. We have seen a pretty good jump this year. I know winter had a lot to do with that. We spent almost $30,000 just on wear parts, so plow cutting blades. So just on those type of wear parts, we spent almost $30,000 this year. So that was a big expenditure. When you're plowing every single day for the month of January and February, it takes a toll on those. So that is a big part of it. We do have other specialized equipment such as sweepers and things like that they do tend to be pretty expensive to maintain, but they're absolutely invaluable to our fleet. Graders, other things like that. So moving on to the dues and subscriptions, just like I've heard with most other departments here, there is a slight increase there. Again, this is, in my opinion, it's actually a good news thing. We have several of our staff members that continue to get new accreditations and things like that. I know Ryan just got his CRS this year, so it's paying those types of dues, those professional dues, is what Public Works is what we use it for primarily, as well as the subscriptions for the department for certain things as well. Moving on to, let's go down to 448 to the brush trimming, down 7%. That's again, just historically, we're usually a little bit lower. This is where we pay for our tree giveaway and all of our brush trimming and stuff like that comes out of that budget line. Storm sewer and ditching, again, it's just been historically a little bit lower than expected. So we're able to do a slight reduction there. Moving down to 452, gravel resurfacing. So the past, last year, we decided not to tender it based on the past 2 years prior to that. We will be going back to a tendering process, even if we choose not to award through the tendering process. We just want to be able to say that we've done it. And then, so it's a marginally a little bit extra work for staff, but we think it's important for transparency and stuff like that. So we will be going back to a tendering process. Moving to shoulder maintenance. Again, the shoulder maintenance and sidewalk maintenance, those two they're not big dollar increases at $1,000 each, but they are 8.3 and 6.7% increases respectively. Those are, again, just to more reflect the actuals for sidewalk. Like I said, that's strictly the inspection and cutting is all that is, which is required under maintenance standards. And shoulder maintenance, this is the time of year we end up doing a lot of those shoulder maintenance, fixing a lot of drop-offs, things like that. When we do so the asphalt work on Ament Line was capital, but our forces in-house to try to make it more cost effective, we do the shouldering afterwards. So we shave the asphalt down, we build the new asphalt back up. So there's about a 4-inch drop off there on the edge, and our guys going through and fill all that in. So that's where it would come out of, is that shoulder maintenance work order or budget line. Dust control, again, this is just based on the actual increases from the supplier. We don't plan on putting any additional liters of calcium chloride on the roads. This is just reflecting the cost increase. And winter maintenance up 5.3% by $10,000 there. That is, again, as Jeff has stated several times, it's one of those that we just kind of, it's a best guess at winter maintenance. If we have a good year, it may be low. If we have a bad year, it may be high. This year, we're already well over our budget, and we're just starting winter because of how heavy January and February were last year, or sorry, this year at the start of the year. So that one is more just to reflect what we're experiencing. Sign budget, we're keeping the same. Line painting, we're keeping the same. Clothing allowance is up a little bit as well, and that's just to reflect the few changes in the collective bargaining agreement as well. The Ontario One Call fees are up. Again, that's just a fee that we pay annually to, or sorry, monthly to Ontario One Call, just for our locate services that they provide us. So that's just reflect actuals. Downtown beautification is down. That is primarily we use that for our banner replacements, and Danny's staff use that budget line for hanging baskets and other things like that in the downtowns. And then line 464 there are shop maintenance and supplies. We've historically been under on this one. So there's enough of a track record now that I think there's been a slight adjustment in the way that we bill some of our items out as well. So the shop maintenance supplies, we're dropping that budget, but we're increasing the repair parts because I think there's, in some ways, some of it's interchangeable. So it's how it gets billed out. So this is more just to reflect. So this is coming down on the shop, going up on repair parts. I think that's kind of a bit of a trade-off there. So flipping the page now.
Just I have one question.
Sure.
The downtown maintenance, I just forget, who picks up all the garbage and stuff from downtown?
So the region does pick up on the normal garbage pickup days if there are any additional pickup required. So if they do it once every 2 weeks, if there is on the opposite weeks, if it's required to be picked up, any staff would empty those garbage bins.
So how is this new cart program going to affect our downtown areas, or is it not?
No, it doesn't affect those right now. There is a lot of talk with the region at the moment about that whole program. So I don't know anything or how. I don't anticipate any changes at this point until the committee that meets and talks about the waste management comes to some kind of decision.
Yeah, I did get a request for some information from a business in Linwood.
Okay.
And I'm not sure, I was trying to figure out whether they had been getting pickup at one point and now they're not, but you may not be aware of that.
I'm not sure about that. I know the only downtown core that we have that gets garbage pickup from the region is Wellesley.
Is the village well?
That's correct.
And Chris, just to be clear, that's only the public garbage cans, right? It's not from commercial business.
Correct. They would have their own.
So the public garbage cans, I should go down there when they're picking stuff up because I don't notice, but the ones that we have those containers, the region picks them up.
The ones we have on the streets in Wellesley Village, yes.
I think that might change.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, it's going to stay the same for 2026, but it may change after that.
Okay.
Unless regional council makes a decision otherwise.
So there'd eventually be a cost involved with that change, I would think.
There may be down the road, but we don't not anticipate it for 2026. Yes.
Just a quick question on the sorry, the winter maintenance budget. I'm just wondering if you've ever thought about like a winter reserve fund for those years of fluctuation. Is that something that we have or could think about?
So I think what we use for that type of thing is what Jeff was talking about earlier was the 251,000 from the tax rate stabilization. So there are years where we're underspent on things like winter or vehicle fuel or other ones that we don't have a lot of control over. It's usage based and weather based. So it's those ones where I may be $30,000 underspent one year and we don't have to use anything. And on a year like this, where we're overspent on that budget line, that's where that $251,000, we may actually use a little bit of it. So.
Okay, so it's in the
tax.
tax.
If I'm wrong there, Rick and Jeff, but
nope, that's correct, 100%.
Okay, no, I think that's fair. I think it's good to know just where that kind of play is because obviously every year is challenging. So
I don't think it's a drastic enough dollar value to warrant its own reserve. So I think continuing to use that tax rate stabilization for the up to maybe $30,000 overage or under, I think makes sense. There. So and then the last few lines here that I have for public works expenditures, the only one to highlight is travel. We're decreasing that by 20%, and that is again related to the public works group taking over the bylaw SUV. We're not using our personal vehicles and collecting mileage near at the rate we were. With that extra vehicle, it really provides a lot more versatility. So that's it for expenditures there, other than the contributions to reserves, which I'll touch on quickly. So the big one, as you can see, the 84% increase is the future roads. 84 sounds like a really big number, and it is, but part of that is the elimination of the infrastructure levy. So if we had a 1% annual infrastructure levy that we were collecting, eliminating that and lumping it into this side is, last year was, I believe, around $81,000. This year would be about $86,000, and it continues to grow annually. So removing that infrastructure levy, this is kind of in lieu of that. And again, it's in keeping with the recommendations through the asset management plan. And then the roads equipment reserve gone up by 3%. That's just using cost of living, the inflationary values. And that reserve, I believe, is in a good place right now. Not that we're holding a great big balance or anything in there, but at this point, based on the 10-year capital forecast, we do have a enough to keep us afloat with equipment replacements. So that's it for the public works piece. If there's any questions.
There used to be an income from Waterloo North Hydro for the reforestation. Is that in there?
So that is, if you, on line 419, the miscellaneous revenue, there's 60,000 that's been bumped up to 70,000. 50,000 of that is the reforestation grant from Innova. So it's a revenue line there. And then in line 448, the tree trimming that we fund the tree planting and the tree giveaway and that stuff from, that's $50,000 of that line is the actual revenue that we're getting from Innova. So we don't specifically say revenue from Innova for reforestation anymore, but it's shown as a revenue and then here in operating. Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions? Okay. And then I think the next one up, Jeff, am I, yeah. So that's where I'm at right now. So I'm good to keep going, Jeff? Okay, so I will speak to line 480, starting on 487, so admin building expenditures. There's absolutely no change in any of the lines for the administrative building. So if there's no, I assume there'd be no questions about that one then. Moving on. This building that we're sitting in, council chambers, there are 3 lines there, lawn mowing, hydro, heat, that are increased slightly, 8.3, 11.1, and 4.5. They're relatively larger percentages, but from a dollar value, it's only $350. So those are fairly minor increases to maintain this facility. And that's it for council chambers. And then moving beyond there, generally, if there's changes, the clerk speaks to the cemetery incomes. Are you prepared to do that or not? Okay, so the cemetery income, I hadn't really reviewed yet, but it looks like we're going down by 82%. I don't know what the rationale for that is. Jeff, do you have any input on that one?
Yeah, it's just based on what we anticipate for this year. It's again, it's not a big dollar amount, but we're not anticipating any revenue there. There's not a lot of activity in the cemeteries these days, so there's not much going on.
That's just the interest from the care and maintenance.
That's
fund.
the interest. Yeah, it's interest. Yeah, and there's not a lot of money in that account anymore.
So we stopped budgeting for actual burials and things like that because they're hit and miss. So they're an in and out type of thing.
So the cemetery expenditures is the area that my staff look after. And this is primarily if there are major repairs that have to happen to stones that have fallen over or something like that, we would take it out of there. Other than that, it's basically just site maintenance, like tree trimming and grass mowing is essentially all it is. And we're not recommending any changes there either. So are there any questions at all on the admin building, council chambers, or cemeteries? Councilor Herget?
Councilor Herget. Just wondering, for your expenses, is there, like in Linwood, is there a perpetual fund that you can draw from, or?
Cemetery?
Yeah.
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Not that
Yeah,
I'm aware
no,
of.
there's not.
That'd be your maintenance interest.
So there's no money sitting anywhere to maintain that cemetery?
Not that I'm aware of. The Union Cemetery in Linwood there? Yeah, I'm not aware of any other legacy fund that's been sitting there.
Yeah, the care and maintenance fund would be the only one that we would carry, and there's very, very little money in there. I think it only, I can't remember how that works. I think there's only money goes into that when there's plots sold, and it's a one-time fee that goes into it.
Yeah, so the way I read this here, the interest that we get from the care and maintenance fund is the $100. So we're making $100 and we're spending $6,200, but there's no opportunity. You can't take whatever that balance is that's generating the $100. You can't take out unless you're reinvesting in certain capital, which makes 0 sense. So yeah, we make $100 on care and maintenance.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's a municipal responsibility, not a provincial responsibility.
But to that point, I know we have support earlier, I believe it was earlier this year, it might have been late 2024. Council did support a resolution from another municipality for additional funding from, I believe it was federal or provincial, I'm not sure. It was a higher level of government anyway, but you did support a resolution from another council on that. So we haven't heard anything, but fingers crossed.
Any other questions for Chris before we move on to Danny?
Doesn't look like it.
Okay, Danny's now going to present the budgets for recreation, libraries, facilities.
Okay, thank you. We'll start with the big increase in revenues, line 567. That is in ice revenues. That is based on, we're putting the ice in earlier in the year. Sorry, I had the page flipped over. Okay, okay, so the transfer from reserves, the 140, that's the debenture payment. Then we get into wages, which Jeff has spoke about over and over again. So we're all on the know where everything's going there. With the part-time wages, it's up a little bit. In recreation, we have a lot of students. Minimum wage over the years continues to climb each year. So that is also reflected in that increase in part-time wages. Then we get into equipment fuel. You'll see a decrease in equipment fuel. Chris spoke to that a little bit in his presentation, that we're just seeing some more flatlining in costs of fuel, and we're seeing that in our department as well. And then office supplies. There's a bigger catch-all for office supplies in the administration budget. So our office supplies line drops a little bit because some of the bigger office supply purchases are all done in bulk through the administration budget. The next decrease you're going to see is the 30% in committee ActiveNet fees. And that is, ActiveNet is our booking software. And because our revenues have reached a certain point, we qualify for a different threshold of what we pay for fees because they're bringing in more revenue. So we're able to sign a new contract with them, which actually drops the amount of fees we pay them because they see a little more revenue coming in. That's one of the benefits of bringing in more revenue. You'll see the contribution to Heidelberg. That hasn't been paid the last couple of years. So we've dropped that out of the budget. The contribution to the Kissing Bridge Trail remains. Government inspections is the next one you'll see is down 100%. We've covered that under maintenance, the maintenance lines in each facility. Then we see a big increase in repairs and maintenance on equipment. That's just, we're starting to run into more repairs and maintenance as we get larger fleets. And that number we dropped last year. And then all of a sudden this year we saw the increase in again. So we just brought it up to the pre-2025 budget. And then recreation travel, we've dropped that 40% as we have the amount of vehicles we need in our fleet now. We're not seeing the mileage that we've seen in the past for any employees. Then we get to our contribution to reserves, and we're sticking at the 300,000 for facilities. There's a $5,000 increase on equipment reserves. With the replacement of the ice resurfacers, that's in our 10-year capital. We've got to start ramping up for that a little bit. Those are two big numbers that come to us in the future. So it's just a little bit of an increase there.
Today, just before we get too far ahead, just confirmation, but line 526, that revenue's from DC's, correct? That's just a
The revenues
transfer from DC's.
Yes,
Okay.
transferring from DC's in, and then it gets transferred
Yeah.
out.
Thank you.
Sorry, Danny, the contribution to the Kiss and Bridge Trail, that's through the Limit Lions, is that
Yes,
that one?
correct. Yes, and they did send an email this week confirming that it's still in the budget, so I've confirmed that the ask was still there.
Good, thank you.
Oh, Councilor Wagner.
In the provision for reserves facilities, is that where the Hawksville money is that has been previously set aside?
Correct.
Okay.
We just have one facilities reserve and recreation, so that's, yes.
I think I asked you that last year too, but every time I look at it, because it doesn't itemize it, I
No,
just want to make
it
sure.
doesn't itemize it, but yes, because that has been allocated, that money remains in that fund.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just the Kissing Bridge, but then contribution to Heidelberg. What's the contribution to Heidelberg?
In the past, there was a $2,000 contribution to the Heidelberg Rec Service.
Oh, okay, I remember that now.
Advisory.
Yes.
Committee.
Yeah.
So that we haven't paid that in the last couple of years. There hasn't been a request for it.
Okay.
So we're just proposing to take that out of the budget because there has not been a request for it.
Yeah, I remember that now. Thanks.
All right, now we're going to line 567. So that, like I said, that's a big increase in revenues. That is strictly due to putting the ice in earlier at the Bill Geese Recreation Center and keeping it in later. So the ice revenue that's brought in from middle of August till middle of April, end of April, depending on when the ice goes in. And these are just based on actual contracts. Then the next couple lines is where it gets a little bit, I'll hit on the soccer first. So the $5,000 that says ball and soccer field rental, that is strictly for soccer. So this is, last year was the first year soccer paid rental fee for fields in Wells Township. So this year we're projecting $5,000 in income, and that was based on what this year's contract with 2025 contracts were. Advertising, we're looking to increase that $6,000 revenue. And again, that's based on our actuals. Then the next couple lines, last year we had one catch-all line for anything to do with rentals or programs or gym memberships at the facility. This year we've broken those numbers down. So that's why you see big increases in some of the numbers and big decreases in some of the numbers. So for the community center rental, we're looking at a proposed budget of $31,500. So that's just for rentals. If somebody rents the gym space for a wedding, for a reception, for a sporting event for a day, anything that's a rental of the room. And then the Camp All I Want to Do, their fee that is charged to them for running their camp for the summer is also included in that line. Then Township Rec Complex memberships, that's any gym memberships, walking track memberships. Athletic and fitness programs is now separated this year, and class and workshop programs are separated. So we're just trying to track each area of programming that we have separately rather than one catch-all account. So then when we look at our budget variance reports, council can see where we're at for each area rather than when it just says Township of Wellesley Recreation Center revenues. So I'll answer any questions that council may have on that, but that's just kind of the rationale behind it.
But Danny, just to kind of help me wrap my head around that. So the I guess line 570, the 115 in 2025, going down to 31, that's splitting out those individual lines underneath.
Correct. All of them were in that 115 this year.
And then do we know roughly what our Camp All I Want to Do revenue is?
Yeah, that is a set contract. So for 2026, the set contract value is $6,500.
Yes, Hargit.
Thanks, Danny. Looking at the top line insurance fee revenue, what is that from?
So every time there's an ice rental or a rental in the gym, there's insurance that is paid by the user that we then pay the insurance company that provides the insurance. So it's an in-out account.
Okay. And does that show up? I didn't see it in the other complexes or the community centers or arenas.
Because that's all under one, because our booking system doesn't necessarily, so that's all bookings for
Okay.
for all facilities.
Okay.
And then the last one is the grant, which Jeff has spoke to, the Trillium grant that we had in the budget this year. So it's a big drop this year. The $8,000 that you see in there is the budget for the Canada Summer Jobs that we're fairly confident that we will get again this year. But I will tell council, we have recently applied for another Trillium grant. But we won't find out until probably March on that one. And then there's another Trillium grant. The next stream of capital Trillium has come in. So we will be looking at that, see if we have any future projects down the road that we can apply for. And if we get those funds, those revenues will come in as well.
Danny, just a question about, so we've got soccer field rental revenue. Are we doing anything to those fields to like increase the playability and just make better fields for them? Or what are they getting with that revenue?
So with that revenue, the township takes on the painting of the fields, all the line painting through simplistic lines out of they do the line painting for us. And then we do the grass cutting, the fertilizing, the aerating, all that happens under our maintenance budget.
Okay.
So it is meant to be an offset budget for the line painting, because we always did provide the grass cutting and the fertilizing prior to charging them a fee. So last year when we introduced the fee, we basically took what simplistic lines was going to charge the township. So it was just a little more transparency of what the groups are paying.
And I guess maybe more specific, do we have a cultural program then for our fields and ball diamonds in terms of fertilizer and aerating and that?
Yep, we do.
Okay.
Yep. All right, we'll move on to expenditures. So hydro, you can see an increase in hydro. That's again, our first full year of hydro with the health center, with everything. So these are actuals that we're seeing here. Township programming, it's $30,000. Last year, that was covered. So that increases a little bit this year. That goes back to some of the funding we got from Trillium last year to help cover those costs. Now we have an expense line, but we don't have that Trillium revenue to offset it. But the increased revenue we're seeing in programming, in the actual programming, helps offset that number. And then for our programming contract, that one we've dropped down $7,000, and that's more, that programming contract was for when we had gym members come in and we'd have the initial consultation. We had to pay somebody to come in and do that consultation. As our members are starting to renew rather than new members, we can drop that amount. It also covers some of the costs of a fitness instructor that comes in and runs a program. It is, again, those are the way we design all those programs. They have to be net. They have to be a neutral revenue. So, but we still have to show the expenditure line as well as the revenue line.
Danny, just you mentioned the hydro.
Yes.
Reference the health center.
Yeah.
I thought the health center would be paying for their hydro.
They do. But we still have to show the expenditure line. We have a revenue line for the health center as well that they pay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. But every time there's an expenditure, that line has to be shown in the budget. Yep. Then the revenue line at another time that will
That's
offset,
coming.
that'll offset their portion of it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. And the refrigeration line 589, Township of Wellesley refrigeration plant. That there, we're jumping that number up 100%, and that goes back to what Jeff spoke to earlier. We are now taking on some of the costs that were covered under warranty in the first couple of years. You'll see in St. Clements, when we get to there, we've got a line for refrigeration room there as well. We always had a line for refrigeration room at the old Wellesley Arena. So now we're just reintroducing that line at the rec complex because of the requirements that we have to do for startup mid-season inspections and shutdown of our refrigeration room. And then the next one, another big driver is the repairs and maintenance, up from 42,000 to 85,000. And that's again, all the stuff that a lot of stuff was covered in warranties that just aren't anymore. So every time a contractor gets called in, this also covers elevator inspections that happen on a monthly basis, inspections for fire and kitchen suppression, all of those expenditures that we didn't have at the old Wellesley facility because we didn't have an elevator, we didn't have alarm systems, so a lot of those prices are that we're starting to have to bear down. And then water, again, this is just based on our costs. Yes, yeah. Yeah, and sorry, yeah. And then the maintenance and repair include some improvements to the grass around the facility that we've got some pricing from contractors to do a program to try and get that, not so much the sports fields. The sports fields are coming pretty good. It's the rest of the grass around the facility. Question on that one? Okay, line 600, another increase on revenues in ice rentals in St. Clements. Again, this is just based on our contracts. We're renting more ice than we ever have. The next line is ball diamond and soccer fields. You'll see here it's split now because we've got a ball diamond rental right below. So in St. Clements, we budget $2,500 for soccer fields, and we're budgeting $8,500 in revenue for ball diamonds. And again, that's based on the 2025 contracts that we had. So that it shows it's down 85%, but it's not quite down that much because we split the lines out. Billboard ads, that's just all advertising in St. Clements. We're up $2,500 there. Community center rentals, we're not increasing that at all. And then programming, workshops and athletic programming, we're budgeting $2,000 for each of them for this year for St. Clements programs. For expenditures, hydro's up a little bit, heating fuel. Internet and satellite is up $900. That in St. Clements, the only high-speed internet provider we have is Rogers, and that's just what our increase on our contract with Rogers went, and we need to have high-speed internet in the facility. Refrigeration plant, that one is project jumping $5,000. That is again based on actuals. Labor costs continue to go up, and in an old facility, we have to make sure that our refrigeration room is up to snuff. And then increasing outside parts and maintenance, again, just increasing what we're doing outside. The costs continue to go up. Fertilizer costs, grass seed costs, everything's going up. So this covers all of that in St. Clements. And then water, we're not looking at increasing at all. So in St. Clements, we're looking at $19,000 more in revenue and $12,000 in more in expenses. Questions? Okay, for Wellesley, obviously we're not going to have any ice rentals. The old arena. The next line is that catch-all line that we had for ball diamonds and soccer fields. So that shows it's down 100%, but then the next line is where we capture the ball diamond rentals, 8,500. Billboards, we're just projecting the same amount. And picnic shelter rentals, we're just projecting a few more dollars there.
So Danny, is it safe to say then that we're not anticipating any soccer field rental revenue at the old
So
fields?
all of
Where
the
it's
soccer
all-
field revenue goes under that one line, just so we're not splitting it between. Yes, we have a St. Clements one and a Wellesley soccer. So it's Wellesley soccer and St. Clements soccer. It's the check that comes in from each. That's where that's captured. There is still some fields at the old park that they are using, with the hope that they will move to the new complex once we get some of the grounds all completed and the grass all figured out. And then we'll go into Wellesley expenditures. We're kind of just keeping everything the same. Hydro is up a little bit. Again, that's just based on actuals. Arena hydro, it's a big number. We've reached out to Inova. There's nothing, the way we're being billed for hydro at that old site is the best way for us to be billed. And so this is just a cost to have the building there and not being used. Facilities and maintenance, we've dropped that a little bit from 5,000 to 3,000. Still have to have a, that's just if there's anything that comes up in that we have to deal with in that facility or the community center that comes up in throughout the year. And then repairs and maintenance outside, we're looking at keeping that number the same. And then splash park revenues, looking at dropping that from 17,000 to 12,000. The reason for that is we did some upgrades to the splash pad. This is the cost of water for the splash pad. We did some upgrades to the splash pad last year, and there was new nozzles put in all the features that were a lower flow nozzle, and our water costs have dropped substantially because of that. That's it for Wellesley. For Linwood, again, breaking out where it said ball and soccer, it's now just ball diamond rentals, so we're keeping that number the same. Billboard ads, keeping the same. It's looking at adding $3,000 in programs and workshop revenue for Linwood. And for our expenses, we're based on the actuals of this year, there's not really a requirement to increase those at all this year. Questions about Linwood? Pottsville, we're projecting the same amount of facility rentals and then adding $2,000 in programming revenue. And for our expenditures, the only increase is telephone, and that's based on our telephone contract. Pretty minor impact there. So that is it for recreation.
Any questions for Danny? Yes, Councillor Herger.
So Danny, this past Tuesday, the budget variance was included in the.
Yep.
I see your income is minus 343,000.
Yeah.
Do you expect to make that in the 2 months coming, or?
Correct. So a lot. What you see on that, on the budget variance report, isn't reflective for the whole season up to date. So we will have rentals from all of October yet that may not have hit the budget variance. So it's because our checks come in from ActiveNet on a different, they come in every 2 weeks, but they don't necessarily hit iCity right away.
Right.
So yeah, but again, we're basing everything on our ICE rentals and on our contracts that we have.
Okay, thank you.
Libraries. Or Linwood Library, not a lot of changes there. The library agreement has changed this year. So this year we'll be billing them at the end of the year for all expenses for this year. It's a new agreement that happened, and all the lower tier municipalities are on the agreement. It hasn't been working great, I would say, from what I'm hearing from my counterparts. So we'll be sending the invoices out to them at the end of the year this year for these, and it's supposed to cover all these expenses. So we'll see how it works at the end of the year. I don't know if Rick has anything to add to that.
So why is it not working great?
Again, that's just what I'm hearing from counterparts who have sent invoices already, because it's the first year that it's changed. Before it was just a rent that they paid, and now it's based on some of our expenses rather than a flat rent. So I'm thinking, I don't want to speak on it too much because I don't know the ins and outs of it. Our agreement with the region is we will bill them at the end of the year. So.
And so instead of getting a flat rate, you send your maintenance bills in and then they're supposed to pay.
Correct.
That sounds kind of complicated. I wonder why.
Yeah, the agreement that was done, it was to outline the responsibilities of each party. There was different agreements for all the different libraries on the 4 townships before, and this standardized those agreements now of what the host municipality is responsible for in the building and what the region is responsible for as the service provider. So basically it's stuff inside the unit is the responsibility of the region, and the shell of the structure and the major components is our responsibility, whether we own that building, or whatever the case may be.
Yeah, and then it's different for different library models. If it's just space in the room, and if there's other activities happening in other areas, and we got to break that down as well. So in the Wellesley Library, for instance, we have to break down the costs between the library and then what the rest of the building is, because it's a shared space.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, it never came across. I sit on library board. This is the first I've heard of it.
Yeah, it was about a year ago, I think.
Yeah.
So you're gonna only bill the expenses, not the rent? Is that correct?
Correct.
In the past, the rent was meant to reflect
Right.
what the expenses were. The Wellesley Library, and the expenses may well be a little higher, I think, than what's showing. So the 10,000 that's showing for rent may well be higher than that. So it'll be whatever the actuals were.
Whatever the actual, yes.
That's what we'll bill out.
Okay.
So for Linwood, we're looking at dropping it to $800 in our expenditures for the facilities maintenance. And then the revenue is just, like I say, those lines are meant to totally offset. St. Clement's Library, we're leaving that the same. That's $1,000 that we carry each year for any expenditures that may come up, as Rick alluded to earlier. We are responsible for some of the maintenance in that facility. I'll be very honest, it's very rare that the St. Clement's Library calls. So then for Wellesley, again, we're looking at increasing the hydro a little bit in that building and decreasing the maintenance and repairs. Any other questions on libraries? No.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
We'll take a break first. We had planned on a 2:45 break, but we have planning left to do. But I'm gonna recommend we take the break now. And then when we come back from the break, then we'll planning over any additional questions that council has.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm good.
The anticipation is killing.
Okay, we can call this meeting to order.
Welcome back, everybody. Tim's now going to present the planning budget for 2026.
Good afternoon, everyone. That's the moment you've all been waiting for, and really looking forward to present the planning budget to you. There's only a few things I'm going to point out. On the revenue side of things, planning applications are a very difficult thing to predict, and what we do is we just take an average of what we've had over the last little while, kind of 5 to 7 years, and we try and make our best guess based on what we think is going to come forward in some of the large applications. The smaller applications are very difficult to predict. One thing, a recent change that just happened a couple days ago, as part of the Bill 17 changes that came from the province, is that there is now an as of right provision on minor variance applications. So minor variance applications that are proposing, and this is for setbacks only, and it's also only on what they call urban residential land. So for us, urban residential land is only the village of Wellesley urban area. That's how we're interpreting it. But essentially, if you have a setback that's within asking for a reduction of up to 10%, it would be allowed as of right without a minor variance application. So if a setback, say for example, for an accessory building is 1 meter, and you're asking for a reduction to 90 centimeters, that would not require a minor variance application anymore. And the rationale behind that from the province is that will reduce costs on development or housing, and that just came down a couple days ago. So that's possible. We looked at that and said, well, it's not a whole pile of applications that we get like that, so it won't have a huge effect, but it might have an effect. So those types of things are very difficult to predict, how many of those applications we might not get. Therefore, what is the revenue going to look like? But it's no secret that we're in a housing affordability crisis at the moment, and we're not, as Daryl mentioned earlier today, we're not seeing the type of housing starts that we normally see. Therefore, our revenues are also down slightly over the past couple of years, really. And until something happens at the macro level, we anticipate that to continue. And I'd love to tell you for how long, but I just don't know. So slight decrease in revenues. On the expenditure side, line 773 is our wages. Obviously, we added a senior planner last year, and that I can't thank you enough for that. It's been a really good thing that helps the planning department out in terms of the things that we have going on this year. The official plan update, the CIP, there's a number of other projects that we're going to be getting on the go, which I'll talk to you about next year. But it also sets us up nicely. So obviously these projects are, term projects. The official plan eventually ends. However, then we have to do our zoning bylaw for within 2 years of finishing our official plan. That's required under the Planning Act. So there's always these special projects, but also this sets us up quite nicely for when the market does turn around, and we would be staffed up and prepared to start processing some of this stuff, right? And Daryl and I have had a discussion about that. I think he's confident as well that we have more than capable staff, excellent staff, really, to be prepared for when that change happens, whenever that would be. So that is largely the annualization of the senior planner wage, where senior planner started in March of last year, end of March. So that's largely what you're seeing there on the the wages and the benefits increase. The only other thing I will, two other things I'll point out. I did roll our publications and miscellaneous line together. They're kind of both in the same. So you'll see a decrease there and an increase of the other. It's kind of a bit of an in and out with $100 difference. And then lastly, we're keeping the CIP funding to the reserve at the same level. I think we're in pretty good shape there. But one thing that you're going to start to see this year and in coming years is preparing for our next official plan review, which would be about 10 years away. So what I found is that we perhaps the cost of some of these things has been increasing in terms of the requirements that the province is asking us to do, which requires more time and budget when you're allocating or choosing on a consultant to help you do this. So that's one thing. And so I'm proposing to gradually ramp that up over time. So adding this year, adding $5,000 to the reserve for that, and then I don't anticipate increasing it by 5,000 every year, but yeah, could possibly be more than that. But I think that's a pretty good number to start with. So that's the essentially the planning budget. Everything else is remaining constant. We're trying to work within our means given the decreasing revenues and not as much development that's going on around the township and other places. It's happening everywhere. So happy to take any questions.
Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Tim, for that. Just a question around the regional responsibilities got downloaded to us.
Yeah.
I know we talked about it last year because it was pretty new at the time. Did we get any funding from provincial government or the region to cover that, or we're just eating the cost?
That's correct. What we can do, one thing that we have done there to try and offset it, not 100%, but to offset it within reason, is we've looked at had a comprehensive look at our fees and charges. So a lot of I shouldn't say a lot, but I can take, for example, the responsibility to be the reviewer and approver of noise studies in certain cases that aren't on regional roads. So that's something that we can pass down to the developer. So we've included that in our fees and charges bylaw. So those types of things we've been able to do. We've increased our fees by inflation like we do every year, and we're also keeping an eye on what our colleagues are doing and to make sure our fees are reasonable, but also we're getting some cost recovery on them. It's obviously not full cost recovery on every fee, but that's one way we're doing. But to answer your question, no, we haven't received any funding from the region or the province due to these downloaded responsibilities. Thanks.
Okay, Councilor Wagner.
Can you just speak to line 784 miscellaneous? You'd only gone up by 100 in previous years, but you've bumped it up 400. Was there a specific reason?
So that so what I had mentioned about line 782 and 784 is that we're combining those. And so, wait, is that right? 784? Sorry, I didn't get my. So we're essentially eliminating 782 and adding the 300 plus $100 into miscellaneous. So it's really only $100 increase. And that's to take into account that this is the first full year with another staff. We anticipate that extra extra $100 is probably all we need because we had most of the equipment and everything that we needed for that this year.
So that's what's captured under miscellaneous.
That's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Any questions? That finalizes the presentations at this point. Rick, did you have any comments?
Not really any wrap ups. Yes, that does finalize all our presentations, and we've gone through all the budget lines now. So I think we open up the floor to councillors for any additional questions that you may have currently on those lines. You could also take this time to discuss the two funding requests from the delegations. It's the fair and the immigration partnership. So the few things that council still needs to look at that way. So it's really up to council now if you have questions or if you want some discussion or where you want to go with it.
So I just had a look at the agenda for the next meeting, which is, what's the date of that?
December 4th, I believe.
The 4th. Really, it's only to discuss items that you bring up today, or maybe that you'll think about over the next week or so. But if there's anything you want clarification on now, now's the time to do it. Councilor Herbert.
Message or question for Jeff. Can we get a list of the reserves funds from 2023 to 2026? Before the next
so
meeting?
a complete list of reserves and the balances. Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you.
Do you want that book? I can probably deliver that prior to the next meeting. So
Yes.
I think last year we had some capital forecasting, if I remember correct. I don't know. It was a budget time where like your 10-year capitals. Would we be able to bring that to the Thursday meeting as well? Just kind of for information.
Yeah, good question. That's largely captured in the asset management plan now, right?
yeah, so you're exactly what I was thinking, that we could share the asset management plan, or because the asset management plan was built off of those individual 10-year plans. So it would be comprehensive. It would also be in one format where we might have competing formats here within our director. So I think that's something we can share with you.
Okay, no, that kind of answers my question that it's blended, but recirculating that would be good.
Yeah.
Good for discussion. Yeah. Good idea. Yeah. Anything else that you'd like to see brought back? Oh, Councillor.
Just to follow Derek there, that what you send will have the list of the 10-year expenses, or the list of the 10-year.
Well, I have that included in the PowerPoint. Is that the one that you want to see? I can reshare that in that one package too, if you want. Yeah. I'll pull out all the relevant tables and information from that asset management plan and share those.
Yeah, Councillor.
I just have a general question. Has any thought ever been given to, instead of buying brand new vehicles, buying a demo, like a 1-year-old vehicle, so you don't hit the depreciation?
So quick answer is yes, it's been considered. On new vehicles, government bodies get significant discounts that you don't get on a used vehicle, which is why we've stuck with the new vehicles.
Any other areas? Would you want to discuss the delegations today, or do you want to wait till next week? Today.
I was thinking next time.
Next time around.
Process it a little bit. We got lots of time next
Have
time.
an early closing. Some people have to go home. Yeah.
So if I may, maybe about the upcoming meetings, and I'm not trying to cut people off if there's more questions, but just looking ahead to, so we have next Thursday, and then we have the Tuesday meeting, which is another daytime meeting. I talked to
December 17th. Next one.
16th, I think.
16th, sorry.
Yeah. 16th. I'm just wondering if I think we're making good progress here, and I still believe in like that time period for people to comment, and I think there's gonna be questions that kind of accrue as we go. But I'm just wondering if instead of doing a day meeting on that, we did a night meeting, just respective of people's jobs and that, and or counselors' jobs, we respect your jobs too. Um, but maybe doing a night meeting rather than the day meeting that day that we could start at.
It's the 16th.
Yeah. I'm just wondering what council's thoughts on those are. Or if you've got your afternoon booked for Christmas shopping already, it's
So
the 16th. Technically we don't, so it'd be an extra meeting, but it would just take the daytime meeting and
I wouldn't have been able to make the daytime meeting. No, I have regional final budget day that day.
looks like a good vote for Joe.
Yeah, maybe. So that's on the 16th. Now, there's a possibility we won't even need that meeting. I mean, have we always?
So that third day we've set at a further distance out from the second day to allow counselors and residents to have a good chance to do a final review, and that you can talk to your constituents about any concerns that they have before you bring it back for a final decision. So I'd recommend that we stick with the third day so that that time is still afforded.
Okay.
Our second day may be very short. We don't know.
Yeah. My thought would be like that I don't know, Shelley, like normally 5 o'clock is kind of pushing it for you, but I was thinking like the earlier we start, the less time staff have, like we don't want to wait till a 7 o'clock meeting. So if we started at 5 o'clock and then had whatever time to wrap it up, it could be quick, but at least it gives us all of that time.
My only concern is my schedule that day, because I have a 5:30 special council meeting at the region. We have the final budget day at 9 o'clock in the morning. So a special county meeting might be just to ratify the budget, in which case I'd be out of there in half an hour. I could be here by 7. I should be there for the final vote on the regional budget. That's my concern.
And you're all day with region budget too.
It looks like it. They have the special council meeting scheduled for 5:30.
So that day doesn't work regardless.
But it wouldn't work for the daytime or either way, it wouldn't work for me that day.
Is it possible to go to the 17th instead? Still have time for notice, right?
Yeah, we're still within our notice period, so there'd be no problem to change the day at this time.
I have to confirm once I get home.
I have a region once again at 4 p.m. on the 17th.
You're tough nut to crack, Joe. Thursday.
I think that's a public, and I think I'm chairing that. I think that's a public information, public consultation session.
What does your 18th look like, Joe?
My 18th. Find it. Oh, this thing is acting silly. Looks fine. The 18th is fine. Not in the morning. I have audit committee in the morning at the region, and then we have a meeting. Does for me.
I would just get here at 5 o'clock, especially now if the weather's going to be, it's a lot busier coming up to Preston at that time of the day. I did make it here for 5 o'clock the other night. I think I was 4 minutes early. And I can confirm.
You're losing a night.
And staff, does that work for you? Why don't we tentatively say 5:15 on December 18th, pending Shelley checking her schedule? So you can let us know that, then Joe can call it to make the new time and
So-
we can get the add it.
Sorry, I do have a motion prepared. If Councillor Brick would like to move that motion, I can read it aloud.
Sure.
Okay, so that the Council of the Township of Wellesley approve an amendment to the 2026 budget meeting schedule to revise the time and date for the third meeting of time and date of the third budget meeting to Thursday, December 18th, 2025 at 5:15 PM to be held at the Township of Wellesley Council Chambers, and further that staff be directed to communicate this revision to residents through the township website and social media channels. Moved.
Yep, moved by Councillor Rick, seconded by Councillor Seven. Does that work for everybody? All in favor then? That's carried.
Just
Subject to,
on that note, Amy, maybe looking ahead to the 2026 meeting, I wonder if we look at maybe changing that format. So 2 daytime meetings and then the last meeting being a night meeting and in conjunction with council or committee, whatever that is. And I know you have a schedule already made, so I don't know if we need a motion to that effect.
Yeah, that's right. We do already have a 2026 council calendar approved by council, so we can bring back an amendment to that schedule just to include the third budget meeting to an evening.
so what do we, you're talking 2026?
Talking next, we might not even be here.
Next year.
Yeah. It just, I think now's the time to discuss it. Like, I think we lay the groundwork, and so I would recommend that we look into that similar, but just tying a council meeting to it so that everyone's time is valued.
I'll ask clerk, do you want to bring that back to the next council meeting for consideration? Or do you, or you have the schedule with you that you can do it right now?
I don't have the schedule with me right now. I can bring that back to a future meeting. It could be in the new year if that's all, if that's agreeable to council.
So when was the 16th? We cancel that, right? Okay. Yeah, I can do that. That should be fine. Now we have to get, so that we'll put that on social media. I mean, that should, I'm wondering if we could think of that as a sort of a public consultation meeting, or we invite the public to come and make comments, or is that past, maybe that's past.
Rick, I can answer that. Sorry, I can speak to that. So the budget meeting would be open to the public, but it would not be considered a public meeting. So anybody that would like to speak would still have to register as a delegation.
So
But we can,
could maybe make that, put that on our social media so that we give them a chance to come in.
yeah, we can communicate that as well.
And would we be finalizing the budget at that meeting?
So we would be passing a motion approving the budget in principle, but the formal approval of the budget wouldn't happen until the January 13th council meeting. That would also have a public meeting during that meeting.
And Amy, that is a public meeting that anyone can come and speak at then without registering, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, one in January.
Yeah, the January 13th council meeting will hold a public meeting with regards to the 2026 budget. So anybody will have the opportunity to come speak at that meeting without having registered as a
And
delegation.
they can come on the 18th as well. We'll just make that known. That'd be nice to get some more input from the community.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just wondering if we should convey somehow where we're at as far as the budget's concerned, as far as potential increase.
So that's already been put out publicly. And we can certainly do another social media post, just saying that at this point, nothing has changed. There's no numbers have changed. But that the next day of discussion will be on December 4th.
Of course, they could change. So we'll see. Okay.
So is there any other information that council would like us to gather for the next meeting or prior to it?
I wouldn't mind seeing the details of the Lloyd Brenner estate and how that's progressed. And I'm sure there's probably interest that's been building on it. And if that's going to be used towards the playground, then it'd be nice to see the total numbers.
Problem.
Thank you.
That's it then for today. Councilor Wagner, motion to adjourn. All in favor?